Oh yeah.
Hello,
Love Gary Oldman.
everybody, and welcome to session 53 of the Explorers of Efera.
53? Whoa.
53, yeah. Knowledge.
I'm just talking so I can see Alex's mouth move.
Yes.
Yeah! My mouth
Yep.
moves!
Yep, okay. Yeah, I was going to get to it, but yeah, all of the players' mouths move. Yes. Same as in Salamander Coast. Efera and Isles will all have moving mouths for their PCs, which is a lot of fun. A grand old time. Great to look at. So that's that. And we have got Fish is in the chat, everybody. So we've got a lot in store for the session. So I think that there should be little delay. We should roll the intro and get started. Let's go. And we're back.
Oh, hey.
All right. So let's go ahead and dive into tonight's session. Last time, session.
I thought we were supposed to do it.
You are, but somebody asked me to do it today instead. So I wrote something. Okay. You get one a year. You get one a year. All right. Last time, the party made their way into the undercity of Port Sahala in an effort to retrieve the lost feather of their angel companion Galadar. They knew that the feather was in the hands of a Captain Colliard, the most wanted and dangerous pirate alive in Illica. They were able to intercept a deal going down to sell the feather thanks to their new rogue companion, Moku. The party discovered the buyer of the feather was an old friend, Duncan. Just malformed and broken, a twisted thrall of the Gnoll Lord Korvac. After a short but tense fight, the party was able to restore Galadar's divinity, defeat Captain Colliard, and save Duncan's soul. Now, with a Planetar ally, a still breathing mangled corpse, and an old friend brought back from death's door, we zoom in on the party. Interior, a dank cavern. Some small pools of light trickle in from small holes in the ceiling of this cavern. The party is bruised and battered, but still alive. What are they going to do next? Let's find out. So, with that, all of you have just crawled up on top of this sort of northernmost ledge right here at this point. Galadar carrying all of you over in that direction while Varnast, you are sort of carrying Duncan. You can see Moku and Jinx have now made their way over to stand around Colliard's body, same as you. And as you land, you all can see... Well, it's actually worth noting that as Galadar was sort of carrying you over, as soon as Duncan had said that one, "Hello there, old friend," immediately he just closed his eyes and fainted again. He's still breathing, but obviously that was very traumatic for him, that much stress and danger, and now life being restored to him, especially after breaking that curse. But as you land, Colliard's chest is still expanding. Closing.
Yeah, I when we ended was gonna do a thing last week because like Jinx had communicated that to the group. I still have my wings out, so I'm gonna head over to Colliard and just boom, blade in the chest with those 11 points of radiant damage extra.
Okay, yeah, you do.
See if the radiant does anything.
You blaze a hole in the chest. And as you draw the blade, the chest is still expanding and collapsing. And you can see that although that radiant energy blazed through the chest and now there's a small hole, you can see almost like wet threads. Just the meat of his body is just slinking back towards itself and beginning to rethread and close.
Alec is gonna cut its head off.
Okay. So yeah, you lop his head off.
Great.
Chest is still expanding and closing. And
I'm gonna.
you can almost feel this this magnetism of the head to the neck, like the neck, the body is almost rising to meet the head.
Alec is gonna keep away with it, like she's gonna shove it in a bag.
This is so stupid. I'm gonna shove my blade like against the neck hole.
Yeah.
And do the radiant damage again as if I were cauterizing it.
Yeah. So you do that, cauterizes it, but you can see that the chest is still expanding and closing, and the neck is just beginning to grow wet again, even after being cauterized.
Does
And
anybody know what this is?
the body is just moving closer towards where Alec has the head. Not actually moving yet, it's just pulled towards the head.
Oh god. We might have to
Does he
burn
have
the body.
anything on him? Can Alec just kind of like shoving the head quickly into like a bag, tying it on her waist. She's just gonna like quickly search his body.
Okay, all he had was the bag of holding. Well, that Morganix has. Other than that, just his clothes. He didn't seem to be carrying anything on his person except for that bag of holding.
Any kind of like amulet or anything?
Nope.
Didn't you say he had 3 swords on him or something? Or did I completely make that up? I thought he did.
I don't think that was said.
Nah, I must have misheard then. No worries.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah. Okay.
I definitely think that there's something strange happening with this thing. Maybe
Yeah.
burning the body is the best idea.
Galadar, do you know what this is?
And you can see the Planetar sort of floating over all of you, and just says, "I have never seen anything like this before in my life. I slew him. I cut him down with this blade." And you can see that the greatsword that he gestures to is just blazing with radiant energy. And
Oh, well, I feel stupid now.
yeah, well, it's okay. But yeah, he just says, "I am not sure what this would be then."
Does anyone have Dispel Magic?
No, but I can do this. And Alec is gonna punch his body, and like fangs of the fire snake, so her fist is on fire when she punches it, and like try to get the flames to spread on him.
Yeah, sure. So you do that, and the body does slowly begin to burn, but eventually you can see that the flames are just kind of snuffed out inside the body, as that wetness, that like thick viscous blood that keeps reaching back together just extinguishes those flames.
All right. Here's what Alec is gonna do.
Okay.
She is going to shove the bag with the head into Morganix's hand. She is going to rip a piece of cloth into a couple different sections, and she is going to, without question, just cut off one arm, cut off a second arm, cutting off his legs, cutting off another leg, and then she's going to cut his torso in half.
Okay. Before you can do
wrapping up these pieces.
Before you can do all of that, at about 5 minutes, you can feel that magnetism around your waist, just as you're ripping those pieces of cloth, getting ready to prepare to do that. That magnetism that was on the head just grows incredibly strong. As you can see his body stand, at that moment, just life returning to it almost instantly, and you can feel the head begin to move, the jaw begins to move, and there is this spell, this incantation that's spoken by the head of Taliard. And
Try to shut it up. I got the head now.
Make a dexterity check to see if, as soon as you, just to see if you can like stop it because it is moving, quite a bit, and the jaw is really moving.
18.
Okay, so 18, you cover it up, and
I'm sorry, it's a 19. My modifier's higher.
Okay. So 19, you cover the mouth, and you're covering up the words from at least being uttered out loud, but you can still just hear that he's still able to continue to say them, even though you're like trying to cover up. He's still able to move his jaw and speak, even though you're like covering up the mouth. There's still the cloth over it, and you can see the body just begin to move towards you, and as soon as it's maybe 10, 15 feet away, eventually the mouth stops muttering, and you can see that his body just turns to this mist, just this bloody red mist, and you can feel the bag just shrink as it just begins to ooze with blood that just slinks out of the small holes in the bag and reforms with the mist.
No. Oh, God. What can I do?
I mean, yeah, immediately, if, like, we're standing here watching this happen, like, Alec is already, like, cutting into it. Like, if there is a solid form to be cut into, that's what she's doing.
Guys, I don't think it's gonna work. Can we focus on getting out of here? If his friends show up and kill us, he's definitely gonna come back. Let's get out of here and get to safety. Then we can figure this out.
So we just have an empty bag, Joe, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so you can see the
the
mist
bag
begin to
of
reform. So that mist reforms, and then Alec, you take 2 swings at it, you said?
I mean, she would have did that before Varnas spoke up, so yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and make 2 attacks.
And she's not raging anymore. 25.
That hits. Roll damage.
15.
Okay, 15. Alrighty. Okay, so
Is
you
it
make...
cutting into anything, or is it like... Because I imagine as soon as Varnas is... Like, she's like mid-swing as soon as Varnas starts to speak.
Yeah, so you can see that as soon as you cut into it, there is a brief moment where some of the mist of blood is sort of splattered onto the ground, but at that point it just slowly begins to rise, and you can see that mist is heading for those cracks in the ceiling, casting that light through.
Okay. Frustrated and hearing Varnas, Alec is just going to... I mean, there's nothing I guess we can do in this moment. She's just going to continue to help Duncan, and
Okay.
I guess we're just getting out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Alec is not happy about it. Like, she's pissed, but...
Okay.
Morganix is gonna turn to Galadar. Can you come with us?
I think that, and you can see that now after this sort of brief moment of being here and helping, you can see his form slowly begin to turn, the opacity slowly begins to fall as
I
he's...
hurry over to him and I shove Melcanthit's mask into his hands.
Okay, and he takes it, and you can see that he's able to hold on to it, and he begins to fade along with the mask. And he says, "As soon as I can, I will return to you." And
I just keep my hands around his as he disappears.
Okay. And with that, the mask fades, and so does Galadar. As you can see, that mist that was Colliard's body just begins to slowly float until eventually it fades through the cracks and disappears.
Question. Morganix is, a big book reader.
Mm-hmm.
Does any of this strike her as kind of vampire-y?
Make a history check for me.
It's a natural 20 plus 9.
Hey, all right.
Hell
look
yeah.
At that. Look at that. So that's a 39. So yeah, before you came to Efera, you did some research, and being at the College of Hearthcrest, there were a fair bit of tomes around that were done by different archaeologist and anthropologist about the culture and about the different tribes that were there. For one, you're easily able to identify at least the root of the spell that was, where that was a gaseous form spell. Just a 3rd level transmutation where you turn into a type of misty cloud. You can't talk or manipulate objects, but you can pretty much, as long as there's small holes or narrow openings or even cracks, you can phase through things. But you do know that there was some type of change done to it, where obviously that wasn't just mist, that was like this sort of like thin, bloody mist, as if turning his entire form into that. And of course, you are familiar with necromancy, and that of the sort of concept of liches that do sort of seek that immortality through undeath. But this is something different because he did look alive. So kind of because of that, zooming in around the right answer, from your readings, you do remember small, very brief passages talking about native Eferans long ago who were renowned warriors who would never fall in combat, or if they did, they would get right back up. So much so, even fighting without a head or arms or legs, their parts would recombine and they would never fall. Where exactly those warriors are now, you're not exactly sure. It was very, very old tomes that you were reading. But I'd say
that's not good.
Yeah. But they were specifically native Eferans from the Cree Waste, which were the fire tribes, those that did practice blood magic, or as it's called in your sort of realm of study, hemomancy.
Okay, don't have time to communicate that to the group right now, but filing that under a important conversation to have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Alec is helping Varnast with Duncan and just heading out.
Yeah, Varnast would just throw Duncan over his shoulder.
Margonix will offer to help in any way she can, but...
Okay.
Moral
Between the two
support.
of you.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, I'll say that there was some stirring, obviously, between the crackling of lightning and the sort of shouting in pain coming from this area. You can see that some of the people in the Undercity that you had avoided have kind of begun to stir now and are beginning to sort of run around and wake other people up. But I'll say that because all of you are who you are, that the bandits that sort of get in your way, the sort of thieves that do, you're easily able to, through the techniques that you have to either, kill or make them go away or whatever you have, you're easily able to traverse through them, cut through the few that do try and stop you, while the rest, after hearing that, seeing that you're alive where they knew Colliard was going to be, most of the other ones are just sort of too afraid to even step up to you, knowing that Colliard is apparently dead in the other room. So you make your way out, make your way back to that crevice where Moku had led you to, and you're easily able to crawl out and back into the low streets of the area of Port Sahala. So you make your way back out there, and you can see now that it's probably... it is actually, it's pretty late at this point. You had gone in at about 4 a.m. So honestly, now getting back out at like 6 a.m., you can see the sun is just beginning to rise in the distance as you eventually exit out of the cave, that very small hole you were crawling through, and then back out into Port Sahala, and just as the city is starting to come to life. So I'm assuming you guys are heading straight back to the villa.
Oh god, yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No stops.
Okay. All right.
Like, if we can even get a boat to take us there faster, we would.
Sadly, you're faster runners than the gondolas go.
Just checking.
Yeah, so you make your way through, running, dashing through the streets, just sort of keeping an eye out around you just in case there is anybody trying to follow you, back to the central gates and the high streets until eventually you do arrive back in the villa. And with that, You're able to get into your abode. You can see that all of you are here, all of you are alive, and it doesn't seem, at least as far as any of you can tell, that you are being followed. Especially Varnast. Varnast, you know you're not being followed.
Oh my god.
Okay, so Duncan still unconscious, still breathing, but very labored breath.
I'll dump healing hands into him for 11 points.
Okay.
I probably should have done that beforehand, but wasn't thinking.
That's okay. That's okay. It didn't super call for it in that moment. All right. So you pour those points into him. Okay. So with that, you can see his eyes just slowly kind of begin to open a little bit, and he's just sort of like looking up at you after pouring the healing hands into him. He says, "Oh, Gonix, is that you, my dear?"
Hi.
Hello. Hello. You can see his eyes still kind of lolling open and close, where he's had a lot of physical exertion, but he does seem to be conscious and speaking for the most part.
Arnas, this is amazing.
Let him rest.
Yeah. We should get him into a bed.
I think that's the first thing they would have already done when they got there.
Oh yeah, like it just sort of came, like you came into one of the rooms and like set him on one of the sort of like lounge chairs and cast the healing hands, and then seeing that he wasn't fully conscious yet, you scoop him back up and take him to one of the beds and sort of set him down. And you can see that he does start to begin to show signs of recovery, but
He's got like 10 levels of exhaustion.
yeah, it's like it's bad. And he also you can see he begins to like sort of grab at his stomach, and as you guys are beginning to walk away, he says, "Oh no, food, water, I haven't eaten in so long. Please."
Oh god. Yeah, I'll run and grab stuff.
Yeah. So you bring like full plates of food and water, just anything and everything he could need. And you could see he starts with the water and then slowly begins to start eating fruits and vegetables and then onto more hearty things throughout the course of the day, sleeping in between. So I'd probably say he needs about a good 24 hours, so probably tomorrow morning, before he's able to do any real conversation aside from very basic things.
Yeah.
After we,
I'll, like, give him some space for sure.
Yeah, after we leave him to rest, Morgonix is just gonna throw her arms around Varnast and hug him.
Oh. Oh, he gives you a pat on the back.
I know. She knows, but she doesn't care. She's just squeezing. Thank you. Now what?
Well. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Oh, I was just going to say, now what indeed? I'd always heard stories about Kaliud, and but I never thought it could be anything like that.
I read when I was still in Hearthcrest these old tomes about very ancient native Eferans who were part of the Fire Tribe, who practiced a sort of blood magic.
Aren't they not here anymore, Joe? At least as far as Alec was aware, like that they had like all disappeared.
As far as Alec knew, yeah. Well, because once you were always told that once it was discovered that they were practicing blood magic, they were exiled and then they died off from there. But you have learned since then that they were turned into Gnolls first.
Right.
So,
Gotcha,
yeah. So those who practice blood magic ended up being the one to turn into the Gnolls.
Yeah. I would just say, as soon as Morganix brings that up, Alec probably just kind of like shifts very uncomfortably. She's not gonna say anything, but she's just uncomfortable at the thought.
I'm not saying that's what he is, but in the stories they could, lose an arm or a head and keep fighting, and that's the closest I've ever heard of something like that happening.
My problem is I don't understand how this man, not being a native in any means, how he came across such a powerful form of this magic.
I don't
These
know.
people have been gone for such a long time, and Varnast, you were able to tap into this, but because of the blade that you found. And where you got it from, well, I guess I am just confused as to how this magic seems to be becoming more and more relevant to us and more seen when these people have not practiced for years. And Kaliard, of all people, has this capability. It is unsettling, and it is very dangerous, to say the least. And now he's gone again.
We should update the coordinator.
I agree.
So it is also worth noting that you all do have his bag of holding.
Yeah, I do.
And you would have been able to take off take out of Duncan's possession the one piece of Ryanite that he had.
I am going to put the 3 pieces of Ryanite in my bag for now. And I will deal with the bag of holding in a second, but
Okay.
do we want to send a messenger to the coordinator, or Varnast, are you able to?
I could do it tomorrow, but if only there was someone who enjoyed running around for us.
You need a letter delivered! You need a letter delivered! I got it!
There he is.
Yep.
Yes, my lady, yes, I would be more than happy to deliver a letter for you. It would be my greatest honor.
No letter today, just a sort of verbal message, and I'm gonna give him... a gold piece seems cheap now after everything I've given him.
Yeah.
I will give him 3 gold.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh,
And
my lady, thank you.
take word to the coordinator that we have an update and her merchandise.
Update merchandise.
Please.
Update merchandise. Yes, of course. Post haste. He runs out.
And as soon as he's gone, I'm gonna sit on the floor and turn the bag of holding inside out.
Okay. That's good. That you did that. So, Morganix.
1,000 displacer beasts.
Can you
Not
imagine?
far off. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
What?
Oh, fuck me.
Damn.
As you flip it inside out, you know that you can tell now that the only thing that was in there was meant for the Ryanite, and then if anybody else got their hands on the bag, there was a failsafe put in place if they did try and do this. As you can see, about 30 small vials of this bright reddish green liquid begin to drop out that Morganix would be able to identify as alchemist fire.
That's a natural 20 plus 2.
Yes, it is.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Bad decisions, but good rolls.
So you can see there are 35 vials of alchemist fire that drop out of the bag.
Oh my god.
As you you would have taken 86 points of fire damage, but instead you take 43.
I am unconscious.
You drop it on yourself, and you just see Morganix and the bag of holding erupt into flame as she just falls unconscious, immediately roiling in this flame as a trap has been triggered. And
is there any way to like immediately put it out, or is it just gonna like rage for a second?
it just rages for a second. It's a rapid
Okay.
like 3 seconds, and then it automatically extinguishes itself. So she's unconscious right now.
Okay, I'm gonna give her a health potion.
Level 2 cure wounds.
Okay, level 2 cure
Okay.
wounds. All right, roll your
Deserve
2d8.
the second level. I am stupid.
14 HP.
14 HP.
Thank you.
All right. So, Morganix, you shock awake. You can see that some of your clothes are like burned and singed. Your arms, there are some reddish spots on there, but you are conscious again.
Okay, let's not have that happen again.
So sorry.
Are you
Fornas just
okay?
Looks around the building. We owe G-Fang so much money.
He'll just deduct it from your pay he was going to give you for killing Duradine.
That's completely fair.
At this point, you don't have much money remaining in that payday. This shit's
Yeah.
expensive, man.
We would have killed him for free.
Yeah.
True.
Okay. So,
Morganix just looks so embarrassed.
Or like we'll just pat her on the shoulder.
I'm so sorry.
As long as you're okay, that is all that matters.
I was just checking to see if there was anything else in the bag.
And now we know.
Now we know.
Well, at least we have Duncan back. That's a positive out of all of this.
That's amazing. Galadar is Oh, I'm gonna, on that note, stand up or sit up a little straighter and send a message to Ezekiel and just say it's done.
okay. And he'll respond and say, "Good. Galadar and I will be there as soon as we can to finish this."
Morganix is just gonna plunk back and lay down on the floor.
Alec will just sit down next to her.
Okay.
You two good to get the coordinator caught up on what happened?
Where are you gonna be?
And I have a personal matter to attend to.
Are you okay? Do you need anything?
And I'll be fine.
Where
I
are you
believe he'll
going?
be fine.
What? You were both talking at the same time, and I didn't get either of it.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Alec just asked where you were going. And I think Ellis asked if she believed you.
Yeah.
What are you questioning exactly?
You
I
said you'll
forgot
be
your
fine.
original question. Oh yeah, absolutely. That part was true. I mean, you can roll inside if you want, but I'm just telling
No,
you.
it's okay.
He's not lying. What was Alex's thing?
Where are you going?
I just need to take a walk, clear my head, type thing.
Do you want to go alone?
I'm never really alone, but in the way you mean, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, just let us know if we can do anything.
Oh well. I won't be super long, I don't think. A couple hours at best, but probably not even that.
Okay. If you're sure.
Yeah, and Varnast will take his leave of the estate.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So, Varnast, you head out, and I guess if it's all right with you, we'll just we'll just follow Varnast's perspective here.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't care who we follow. I was gonna let you decide.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and hop back to the villa here in a second, with Morganix and Alec and Jinx and Moku. But for right now, we'll go ahead and follow. Varnast Doggo does come over for belly pats. We'll go ahead and follow Varnast's perspective. So Varnast, where are you headed?
So excellent question, because Varnast has been to Port Sahala before, and like the whole thing is surrounded by like the gates that kind of block ships off from like entering unless they're like permitted and stuff, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So Varnast has a little bit of pull now. What would be the easiest place to get some ocean access in Port Sahala, given how they're kind of set up?
I would say you want the west gate, because that is the copper gate, which is the cheapest and easiest one to get in and out of.
Okay.
So even with especially with your pull, you could just pretty much go there and ask for a dinghy, and they just give it to you. Like, they wouldn't be just like, oh, yes, please take it.
He's just gonna water walk out there, actually.
Sick.
Yeah.
You go to the dockmaster, he's like, oh, yes, my lord, of course. I'd be more than happy to get you a... Oh, you can do that. That's fine, too. Oh, God.
I have a ship for you for immediately. No need. Just jumps in the water and starts walking.
Oh, no, sir, you're wearing plate and you can walk. Okay, yeah. And you just begin to walk.
And obviously he'll like recast the spell every time he needs to, but it lasts like 10 minutes or so, I think. So
yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
yeah, he doesn't go super far out. He just wants to go far enough out that it's like ocean water and he has like a little bit of privacy.
Yeah, and you do go off into the sides, that way you're not in the area where ships are passing. You're just in this very, very still water.
And he just kind of like takes a breath. You know, Varnast always loves like the sea air, just like the salt in it and stuff like that. It's a very comforting feeling to him. It always has been ever since he was very young. You know, I try not to bother you too often. Figure you have plenty going on as it is. Always just wanted to deal with things myself. I remember the first time we spoke, you and I. About a week after we said goodbye to my father. And I remember I sat on the dock, just looking out. You know, he always spoke highly of you. Part of me was a little mad at you. You know, wondering how it was okay that he was gone. I knew that wasn't fair, but kids, right? The thing I always appreciated about you was you never bothered me. You always gave me the space to figure things out on my own, to let me ask the questions that I need to ask, for me to step up, for me to figure things out. I think it helped me a lot more than perhaps you and I realize. And at this point, he would pull out the Kopesh and kind of look down at the blade for a second before moving it, so he's like looking more directly down at the water. Started my work because I wanted to save people, like my father did. But something changed, I changed. It didn't stay that way. I stopped saving people, and instead, I started killing people that I thought were dangerous, evil, you know, whatever I deemed necessary. And in that time, I think I've been changing again. It's been a rough year. I've had some of my friends betray me, some of them question me. Sometimes feel like they look at me like I'm a monster. Hell, even the man that loves me, you know, I think even he realized that maybe he's better off without me. I used to think that I had a stronger will, that I was doing what no one else could or would do. And I was so prepared to do whatever it took to take out Colliard once I saw him. Until I saw Duncan there. And everything changed in that second. The battle wasn't about Colliard anymore. It came about saving him. And it felt so much better. How did I so badly lose my way? And Varnas will just kind of stand there in thought.
Yeah. As you look down towards the water, Kopesh in your hand, you can see the crashing of the waves as it hits your ankles. Walking on the water, but sometimes the water sort of moves up and splashes on you a little bit. Here in Port Sahala, it is a warm water. So much so that you could very easily go swimming in it and not feel a chill at all.
Mm-hmm.
Almost the same temperature as the air around you. But that's not the waters you're used to. The waters of the Western Salamander are cold and unforgiving, but refreshing all at the same time. And there's this splash of cold you can feel on your leg. The water changing its temperature. That feeling of home, that extra salty smell to the air that only the Western Salamander has. And you can see your reflection in the water that the sunlight casts begins to shimmer and change. And no longer are you looking down at Varnas Talmaru, cleric of Estitia. You can see a woman's form begin to appear. Deep brown skin with golden undertones, wearing loose, flowy clothing of seafoam green. And where her hair would be are these just rolling locks of waves, varying from deep, deep, deep navy blue all the way to that bright, almost translucent seafoam green. As you've seen her before, and you know her to be Estitia, the crashing wave. And I'll go ahead and share you with what about what you see.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, it's a really good piece
Love
of art.
The hair.
Yeah,
Love the hair. That's so cool. Sorry.
It came up for me. That's weird.
What?
sometimes it just
Really?
takes a hot second to load.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she stands beneath you, looking up at you, smiling. And her voice, just like the sound of soothing waves crashing upon a shore, matches her cadence. Varnast, do you remember what I said to you all those weeks ago in New Verdalka. I told you I would be here for you when you needed me. Even the most devout followers, the bravest soldiers, need to ask questions. They need to explore. And you have. And I think you're learning something about yourself that I always knew to be true. You, Varnast, although you may not feel it, you are a good man. And it's not too late for you to change. Should you give up your blade, the one you hold in your hands, I can promise you a new path you will forge. One that you should have always been in the first place.
Varnast will again look at the blade before looking back down to her again. I used to think you needed me to be stronger so I could do the things you wanted and needed me to do. And at that, Varnast just flicks his wrist, like he doesn't even look at it. He just keeps his eyes on her as he throws the blade just into the water.
Okay.
But there's plenty of strong people. You need me to be a better one. That's what I want to.
She smiles. And you can see that as you set the blade down, her hand reaches up. And almost like pushing a hand through, it almost kind of looks like when you push your hand through plastic wrap, where that water is not leaving her skin, where it just wraps the fingers around the blade slowly and then pulls it beneath the waves. And you can see that her form begins to fade momentarily as the blade disappears into the darkness of the waters below. For a moment, you think she's gone. And you hear one last voice, one last message. You are the one I've needed, Varnast. There has not been one like you in many, many, many years. Many try to be what you are, but all of them fail. Do not be like them, Varnast Halmaru. Be worthy of the title of Stormbringer. And you can see this form begin to shift underneath the water as a new blade rises and begins to float. You can see that its form and factor is rather simple. It is a straight, double-edged longsword, except it is carved intricately along the center of the blade with these interconnecting lightning bolts that move back and forth, creating this intricate lattice pattern. And for a moment, as you sort of blink and open your eyes, there is this clattering and clashing of thunder and lightning around you, and you can see the blade begin to glow in a 10-foot radius around you. The storm fades, and the blade begins to dim, as you have just been given a long sword of storms, and I just added it to your inventory on D&D Beyond.
Ooh.
Yes.
I'll read it all later because I want to.
All right. So I will let you read that later. As Varnast, you are given that sword as you make your transition, leaving behind the path of the Blood Hunter that you went on after seeing what it truly feels like to help people. So, with that, Varnas, the warmth of the water returns to what it was as Asticia's presence leave you. And yes, Varnas Talmaru is now no longer 6 cleric, 5 blood hunter, but instead he is 11 cleric.
Boom!
Damn.
Yep, gave it up.
Back, baby.
Hey.
Back to the roots. God, it feels good to have 6th level spells, I bet.
There's some pretty cool stuff you guys are going to see soon.
Oh, yeah. All right. You made the commitment. The sword is now yours. And you now have a title that has been given to you.
Stormbringer.
That she wants you to be worthy of. Yeah. All
also,
right.
I can't see where the weapon is.
It is... Maybe refresh your D&D Beyond page. Because it's in your equipment.
That might be it.
I did equip it for you.
Oh, yay. Okay.
So, yeah. And then you can go ahead and read through it. It does a couple
there
things.
It is. Okay.
Yep, does a couple of things.
Nice.
Yep.
I love it. Love it.
Yeah, man.
All right, but yeah, Barnas would just looking down at the sword. He would just kind of let the air and the water kind of hit him for another 5-10 minutes before turning and heading back.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So with that, you make your way into Port Sahala once again. People greeting you, and you can see that dockmaster. You can tell that he kind of didn't stop looking at you because he was very intrigued. And just seeing the sword drop and the new one rise and the storm clouds form around you, he just is like staring at you wide-eyed like, are you a god?
Are you the new king of England?
Actually, you know what? You know what? With your passive perception, you would be able to hear other dock workers as you begin to walk through the port area. Them sort of whisper toned, like talking to each other as rumors are starting to go around. You can hear them begin to sort of whisper back and forth. I think. Did you hear that? There's someone. Conjured storm clouds, a blade of storms emerged out of the ocean. Do you think it's him? And they don't say Varnast. They say, do you think it's Odin from the Western Salamander? Do you think it's him?
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. And as soon as you walk by, they see you and they see the blade and they're like, oh Lord. And they run away.
You just give a small smile and keep walking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, you head back, and in that time, let's go ahead and, while that was happening, let's go ahead and cut back to Alec and Morganix. Were the two of you wanting to talk about anything in your sort of time together?
Just waiting for the coordinator.
Okay. Yeah.
If Alec wants to talk about anything, Morganix is just kind of like laying on the floor, processing.
I mean, there's one thing that Alec has been wanting to say to Morganix, so yeah, I should probably take this time now while we're waiting for the coordinator to show up. Like, as soon as Varnas left, she would have, like, had Doggo come over and just kind of flop in front of both of them, offering his belly to be patted.
Offering like it's not a demand. I have dogs. I know how this goes.
Yeah, you're right. So, like, just kind of, like, I don't know, Alec, she, like, opens her mouth like she wants to say something, and it's weird for her to have to build up courage for something, I think. So it's, like, a really weird feeling. But Just kind of like looking at Doggo and not really looking at Morganax. She's just gonna say, so with this trial coming up, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But I was wondering if I don't know if this is necessary, but I don't know how to read common. And
Oh.
I did not think that it was necessary. But I'm finding that the words that I speak don't match how you write them, and it's very confusing. And if that's something I need to know how to do when we get there, I don't know how to do that.
Honestly, I don't know if you will or not, but I can help you. I can teach you.
Okay.
I'd be
I'm
happy
not-
to.
Simple or stupid, I just...
No, you just... It's not your native tongue. There's
Thank
nothing
you.
wrong with that.
I appreciate it. I just don't know what to expect, and
You'd feel
I just
better
wanna
if you
be-
were prepared.
exactly.
Of course I'll help you, Alec.
Thank you. I worry that sometimes have a bit of a history of letting maybe my temper get the better of me. But I think that I'm doing much better with that. I just don't know what's going to be asked of me or said. It's kind of when we were speaking to Ji Feng when we were in the bathhouse, I know that I may have said something in that moment that could have jeopardized the situation. I think my biggest fear is doing something like that again. And
I think
this is
that
a big
was
moment.
different, though. We went into that with a lot of different angles and ready to bluff our way through. And I think in the trial, you're coming from a position of power, not appealing to it. You will have power, and all you have to do is be honest, which you're very, very good at. I think you'll be good. But of course, I can help you if you want to read common.
I do. I think it's important. And thank you for being patient with me. I'll try not to toss any books or rip anything.
Yeah.
I'll do my best. And she kind of like gives you a weak smile.
I do not approve of destruction of books. I have to admit that. But I don't think you will. You might
Thank you.
break a couple of quills, but that's far more acceptable. We've all done that.
She'll just smile and kind of get Doggo some really good belly rubs, and she feels much better.
Oh.
What a baby
Wholesome.
boy. What a baby boy. Okay, so with that, the two of you do begin your little lesson. And
Start with teaching her the common alphabet, because I think Elvish is a different alphabet.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, so it would just be like the native Eferan alphabet, which is just like runes.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so it's even worse.
Even
yeah.
better.
yeah, exactly.
And I mean, like, Alec wasn't insinuating, like, in this exact moment. Like, we have time before it gets here. And, like, she doesn't know exactly what she's expected to do. And, like, if some type of written evidence or some bullshit is presented in front of her, she does not want to embarrass herself by not knowing what the hell she's looking at. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, that was kind of, like, her intention there.
Yeah.
But
I'll go ahead and ask Alec. Go ahead and make an intelligence check with advantage because you have a really good teacher with you.
Okay, okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Bum, bum, bum.
Sorry, I closed out of it on my phone because I'm trash.
You're not trash.
Intelligence. Alex, best stat.
That's
I
your next
rolled a
multi-class.
save, but that's the same modifier. I rolled a 5. Oh, with advantage, with advantage, with advantage.
With advantage.
Sorry. Intelligence. Here we go. Okay, that's much better. 15.
15. Okay. Alec, it does take a little bit, but I'd say by the end of the hour and a half that it takes for Varnas to be gone and come back, you do get a pretty good grasp of the common alphabet. Sometimes the fact that the noises sound different, like when you see read and red next to each other, the fact that they're spelled the same, but for some reason they're different based on context, that really kind of the fact that the different letters can sound different depending on which letters they're next to freaks you out. But you do understand that A is A and B is C all the way through Z.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Best teacher.
Best teacher indeed. An hour and a half you taught the alphabet to a 19-year-old? Dang. She really would be a good college professor. All right. So with that, by the time you reach your lesson and Alec successfully reads the entire alphabet all by herself, Varnas,
yeah.
you do eventually...
Get her a flip book.
Yeah, a little flip book.
Alphabet song.
Yeah, you do like the ABCs of Illica. Oh God. Okay. So with that, eventually Varnas does return, and Varnas, how do you enter the room as they're going through their little alphabet lesson here?
Business as usual. We'll just walk in, look to see what they're doing.
Yeah,
see if the coordinator's here yet, or if he's interrupting anything.
As you do come in, you can see that they're just ending their little ending their.
That popped into my head. Sorry.
It's okay. I love Macklemore. So you can see they're just finishing their little alphabet lesson as you walk in. Coordinator's not here though.
Okay.
Did the message
Varnas.
book come back? Oh, I'm sorry.
Not yet.
No, never mind. Never mind. This is stupid.
No. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna do?
Alec was gonna see Varnas, and she was gonna be like, Varnas, did you know that if I write this letter, and she's gonna draw a C, just in the air, and if I write this letter, she'll draw an A, and if I write this one, she's gonna draw an upside down T. Like a capital T, but upside down. That if you put all of those words together, it spells a word, and the word is cat. Isn't that great?
I think Varnas is
And
trying
she looks
really
at you
hard
wide-eyed.
not to laugh. His lips are definitely kind of quivering, but he's got a big old smile on his face.
Morgonix is just behind Alec, holding up a thumbs up.
Well
See,
done.
I've learned the alphabet today, and
Jinx and Loku are
A's
both
and
clapping.
C's. Oh, thank you. I struggled with the T, but I think I got it.
You did perfect, Alec.
Fine looking tea.
It's a great tea. Yep, it's a great tea. The best tea.
Oh, she's just has this big goofy ass grin on her face. She's happy. She's content. She's like, yeah.
I like goofy grin, Alec, more than.
So wholesome. Did we get a short rest while we were doing that? Or was it...
yeah, for sure. No, I mean.
Oh, thank God.
No, it's not like you were doing an aerobics class where you were physically exerting yourself. It was. Yeah, no, you can definitely get a short rest in. Cover some hit die. However, at about the end of 2 hours, the messenger does come back, and the coordinator is with him. As you can see, the coordinator.
Jeez, the Asticia art just popped up.
Oh, wow. It knew I was going to put up more art, so it was yeah, let's do the. Whoa. See.
Sorry, I'm just rolling hit dice.
Oh, no, you're good. Okay, so with that, you can see the coordinator. does enter the villa with your messenger. And she looks around towards all of you and says, "So, you have everything then, and, well, and she sort of looks around. I'm assuming Colliard escaped then."
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you guess that?
Well, and she looks around at the nobody and the very little blood on Alec as kind of the key giveaway. Her face isn't blood-stained with a heart, so...
Oh, thank God, I thought he'd done something already.
No. No, yeah, she just says, well, no body, and, well, after Duradine died, Alec was covered in blood, so I'm just assuming that,
We tried, but he's unfortunately able to do blood magic. And was able to get away.
well, that's just cheery.
We thought we killed him, and then we sort of kept trying to seal back together once we cut his head off, and then he turned into this bloody mist and escaped.
Oh.
So that's not great.
No, that is...
But
Oh,
he did not escape with the prize, and Barnast will motion to the wherever the Ryanite is, which I assume you have out for them.
yep,
Yeah,
I will grab the 3 pieces of ryanite.
Oh, there's a third one. So you were able to intercept the buyer, then?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, who was the buyer? Who was trying to purchase the feather, then?
Oh, that's a complicated story.
It really is.
But they're dealt with, then, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Very much so.
Less I know, the better at this point. But Ryanite, so you intercepted the buyer from Colliard, you disposed of them, they're no longer an issue, and now you have an extra piece of Ryanite.
Now you have an extra piece of ryanite.
Oh. Well, of course I'll have to pay you for it, unless, of course, you wanted to do something with it.
What would we do with it?
Well, take it to the right mages, and you could easily have an airship within a month or two. Probably for materials, they tend to go for about 9,000 gold for materials, but that's the expensive part right there. Or I could just give you the gold value for it if you'd prefer. Which, in case you forget, 25,000 gold.
Alec, Varnast, what do you guys think?
I mean, even if we have the material, I'm certain it would cost quite a bit of money to get them to create an airship, so I don't even know if we can actually afford that.
I kind of lean towards the money. I feel like supplies are our best bet right now.
Yeah, I mean...
As much as my inner child is screaming at me in my head, there's a lot we could do with that gold.
Plus, we're not going anywhere for the foreseeable future anyway, so getting the gold right now, and then we can decide later or something, I don't know. I think
Well,
that's the best plan.
that was one thing that I also wanted to address, because I have received word about a small issue. You see, in order to delegate Duradine's remaining resources, well, a council meeting was to be called with all the world leaders because his fingers were so far into every nation's economy. But you see, there's a small issue. Currently, much to my frustration, and to many's frustrations, Salamander Coast is currently enraptured in war. Something about an egg and Bromsgrove and Bella Clara. Well, the world leaders of Loshar, Atarashi, Belaclara, Bromsgrove, and those of the Fractured Peninsula are unable to sail because of their war-torn country. So, there are one of two options. Either A, the meeting can be called anyway, and their votes can be delegated as they see fit with the information that's sent to them within the next few weeks, or we can wait until the war is over and leave those funds in limbo. Now, the only downside is those leaders, they will only be able to vote by what information is presented to them via the packages that are delivered.
I'm sorry, but that sounds very stupid.
Oh, yes,
right?
it is. I completely
Is that
agree.
the right word? I feel as though it is.
Oh, stupid's
It's
exactly
a good
right.
word. Yeah.
No, good word. The issue is,
Could not anybody just send what they wish to say without it even being true?
oh, exactly. But you see, part of the issue is part of the founding of Port Sahala fell onto the Tarkirian Trading Company, so most of the rules were written by them. So you can see how it's maybe just a little bit not quite so fair for those who try to go against the Tarkirian Trading Company. Something my father and I both have fought tooth and nail to remove, but, well, the things we were fighting for, we never thought that Duradin would die. So, just never got around to that portion. We never thought we'd have to worry about that.
War can last for years.
Yes, my hope is that Belaclara and Bromsgrove, they tend to butt heads rather frequently because, after all, Bromsgrove was supposed to be assimilated into Belaclara, but that's history. We don't need to worry about that. Anyway, there's sour relations between the two, and they butt heads every once in a while, but this is something that is much more all-encompassing. When I spoke with the advisor Galena, the sort of head of the Council of Investors of Belaclara, and to that of the Tsar and the Imperator of Bromsgrove, they assured me that they would attempt to bring the fighting to an end within 2 months. And after restitution was made between the two, they would be more than happy to attend the council meeting. So, hopefully 2 months is how long we'd be waiting for, but it could be 3 or even longer if they're not able to find peace. So...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, the only other thing I was going to say is, in my own personal estate, there is a teleportation circle there, so I could always give you the runes to that teleportation circle, and when I receive word of the war ending, I can have a message sent to you via sending, and then you can find a teleportation circle and someone powerful enough, Cyrus, if he's ever returned to you. When he's returned to you, sorry, that sounded foreboding. When he's returned to you, you could then find your way back to me within a day or so.
Very well.
I still feel as though it's necessary to send the truth to these people. Even if we are going to wait, it doesn't mean that other people won't be feeding them lies.
Oh, yes, I agree. I'll be sending messengers by over the rest of today in order to gather statements from all of you over what happened and how you saw it independently. And those records will be sealed by the mages of the archive. And then, hopefully, within a week, they'll be sent out to the different world leaders, copied by scribes as fast as we can and sent out. And hopefully, between the 3 of you and the sway that you carry after the events of Efera, most people know you to be good, upstanding people, especially standing up to someone like the Governado. And then standing up to Duradin, whom most people didn't like anyway. The truth is on your side here. And unless the Tarkirian Trading Company does something ridiculous, this should be easy open and close in terms of delegation and decision.
Nothing about this world is easy, and nothing is open and closed, but I appreciate your words.
Well, you are right about that. Fingers crossed, though. Well, so as I said, I'll have them stop by before the day is out in order to collect those statements from you. Is there anything else I can do for you in your time here, or, well, is there anything you need from me? I'm sure that if that's the case, then you'll probably want to go back to Efera or wherever you needed to take that feather to, or whatever your next step is with that.
Yeah, we're not sure what our next step is yet. I'm waiting to hear back from a contact. But Alec, I'm sure you'd like to go back.
I would, but you're more important right now. So I think our next step is finding a way to get where we need to go, and I'm not sure how we get there.
Galadar and Ezekiel will be handling that, I think.
Alright, well then, I guess as we wait, I'm not sure how long that'll take. I feel as though we're on a bit of a time crunch. It would be nice to go home, though.
Well, I suppose if you need anything from me, please don't refrain from reaching out again, but I suppose that if there's nothing else you need from me, then the next time we speak will be for the World's Council meeting.
I will hand her the 3 pieces of ryanite.
All right. When I have those messages delivered later, I'll make sure to have them include what you need. The money for these, of course.
Thank you for all
Thank
that
you.
you've done for us.
Yes, thank you.
And she does kind of scoff and laugh and says, I think your thanks are misplaced. Well, I'm afraid to think of where my city would be right now had it not been for 5 of you, but only 3 standing in front of me now. Thank you so much, and I do look forward to seeing you again. And she gives you a soft smile. It's kind of the first time that you've seen her give like a genuine, kind smile. And she nods and says, well, safe travels to wherever you go. I hope you hear from your contacts soon. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, she nods, and Coordinator Rahesia departs, leaving the 3 of you and your 2 companions alone.
I think it'll be a couple of days before we can move Duncan.
We'll see how he feels in the morning. We'll plan as we go.
Oh, God. I need a nap.
All right. Is that the move? Just kind of spending this day to relax, waiting for the statement takers, and then Galadar and Ezekiel whenever they arrive?
I, low-key, except not really high-key, want to go back to that magic shop when we get the money.
I would say no.
But if we divide it between the 3 of us and Jinx and Moku, that's 5,000 gold apiece.
Ew.
That's math.
That's math. Yes, it is, Ryan.
That's some
Hell yeah.
spicy math.
We love math here.
And this is something Morganix would bring up. Do we want to set some aside for Cyrus?
Cyrus can have mine.
Alec, you want that dog hat thing.
The wolf cloak.
Oh,
Yeah.
I do want that. I would very much enjoy that.
No. You can't give Cyrus yours. We can try to split it 6 ways if we want to include him.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but Cyrus told me a story one time about how he got so much gold worth of gems. Like it was like a lot. It was like twice the value of the money you're getting for the Ryanite. It was like 50,000 gold worth of gems.
Yeah, that's true. I just felt bad not even bringing up the possibility. I don't think he would mind, but...
Well, you brought it up.
It just...
Look, Cyrus has plenty of money, but if he feels cheated when he gets back, or if he needs to borrow some from the rest of us, we're happy to pay him back. He's spotted us before.
Okay. 5,000 apiece, then.
5,000. All right.
Is Moku happy?
Oh, Moku, you give Moku the money, and he's like, he takes it, and he smiles, and he's like, you can see the dollar signs in his eyes, and he says, and you can see the dollar signs kind of fade as he scratches his head and goes, you know, I don't think I can take this.
Why not?
Well, I mean, just like the rest of you, I wanted him dead, didn't I? That was what we decided we were going in there to do. That was my job, to get you in there so you could get the feather and you could kill him. And
He's not dead.
I know, that's why I feel like I don't deserve this.
You helped us restore my friend to Celestia.
Besides, we wouldn't have been able to even get in to take a shot without you, so... And Varnash just kind of shrugs.
Okay.
True.
We're a stubborn group, friend. I'd recommend you just keep it.
All right. But I'm not spending most of it until after he's dead. Only a little bit, like here and there, you know.
Sure.
Like
Yeah.
$24.99 of it.
Yeah, maybe.
That's
Jakes, don't spend it all on Sundrop.
You don't control me, Mom! Jinx has already mapped out how she's going to spend it all.
Same, honestly.
I think
Can we
this.
go back to the magic shop?
Well, you get your money and your statements are taken, and of course, there's no reason for us to roleplay this because you guys are just telling the truth. I mean, that's what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Alec is very aggressive in hers, I will say.
The poor woman taking your notes is damn near crying.
She's writing
like,
a fucking novel.
Yeah, she's like, okay, I understand. She's just like, she's just sobbing.
There's like 80 different segues when like Alec tells a story.
Absolutely. And anytime Doggo gets any pats, there's like an exact number.
She describes in graphic detail the texture and taste differences of the many parts she's tasted.
Absolutely.
This lady is screaming. Okay. So, you give everything that you want to give, that you need to give. And Jinx and Moku will stay behind to watch over Duncan as the three of you head back to the ninth
Real
life.
quick.
Yeah.
I was hoping Varnas could stay behind to watch on Duncan as well.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So he's going to take his money. He's going to take 4,000 gold and hand it to Morganix. All right, that'll sell the rest of the payment that I owe. I don't remember his name. That's Ryan talking.
Sifts the river. Sifts the river, man.
Sifts the river.
It's the river.
Okay, I'll deliver it for you.
Make sure he signs the contract, and that's all closed out.
I'll do that.
All right. I'll stay here in case Duncan needs any more healing.
Okay. Thank you.
On the way out, Alec is gonna like purposely walk by Moku and just like very aggressively pat him on the shoulder. Now she's saying this with like a smile on her face, but there is a very deep intensity in her eyes, and she just says, "If you speak to me like that again, I will break you." Glad you're sticking around. And she'll pat him really hard on the back.
Noted. Kind of finger guns, and he says, I'm sorry. But yeah, noted, of course.
Right. We'll be back. And Alec will just walk by.
The moment Alec and Morgana leave the room, Varnas looks over to Moku. She will absolutely rip your arms off. Don't take that as playful.
Oh. And he responds, Varnas, and he says, I saw what she was about to do to Colliard. I know she's not fucking around, all right? Oh, my God.
I'm just making sure.
No, yeah, believe me, I like my arms right where they are. All right. So,
Wolf, cowl. Wolf, cowl.
So, with that, the two of you make your way back to the store. You make your way back to the Ninth Life, and as you make your way into the building, you can see that Sif's the River is there. The same male calico tabaxi with almost more of like a lynx shape to the hair and ears, wearing those bright, vibrant greens and tans. You can see that immediately he just explodes with life. He says, "Oh, look who it is. My greatest customer has come back just the next day. Oh, this one is very thankful to have such wonderful company back in my store." And you can see there's like one person who's kind of looking at a thing, and he's like, "You, get out. These are special customers. Get out here. Go, go, go."
Oh my God.
I love this guy.
The dude who's just like, his name's probably Greg. He's like, "What, man? Come on. No, leave. Get out of here." And he's like, "Okay, all right. Gosh, you guys are the worst." And he walks out. Greg's having a sad day now, thanks to you guys.
Oh.
Don't worry. He's trash. He's garbage. You all.
Thank God.
Greg's gonna be the villain of campaign 2. I'm so excited. He's gonna become an artificer and just terrorize the world through his magic. Bring me Sif the River.
Bring him to me alive. Oh, God. Okay. No.
Justice for Greg.
Justice for Greg. Oh, man. That's good. That's good. Okay, so you make your way in, and he's like, so what can this one do for you? You come back to buy more, yes? Yes, please, yes?
Yes, I've also come to, my friend Varnast had a contract with you, and he has sent me to finish it.
Yes, of course, of course. Yes, please, come to the counter, and we shall finish the contract. I'm assuming you have the money then?
I do.
Good. Goes underneath the desk, pulls out some paperwork, sets it down, sets some quill and ink.
I give him the money.
Money. Yes, thank you. And go ahead and he signs and you sign in place of Varnast, and contract closed, deal is done.
Nice.
Yes. Good customers. So, sadly, I haven't gotten any new shipments in just a day, but by the end of the week, I should have new things.
Oh, I thought he would have new things to replace the things we bought.
Sadly, no. Not yet.
Alec?
It is,
Yes, I would like the wolf hat.
Oh, the cowl, yes.
Indeed.
Good.
And I have the money for this. And she will place each coin, as she does, individually and count.
That takes a long...
5, 6, 7,
Do you want?
8,
Do you want me?
9.
Do you want me to?
10.
Do you want me to do that for you?
11.
Do you want me to do that for you? Do you want me to do that? I can do it. I can
No.
do it for you.
This is actually very good practice for me. I'm learning how to read common now, so this is also good.
Okay, go ahead.
13, 14, 15. she will literally count. How much is
3
it?
hours
2,500 gold.
She's doing it. All right.
How much was the flying carpet again?
The flying carpet
10,000.
was 10,000 gold. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't have that. Okay.
Okay. All right. There is also the Kate of the Mountebank, which was 8,000, which allowed you to cast Dimension Door once a day.
I changed my mind. I want to stick with the Shadow Ward.
Okay. Alrighty.
How's your doggo hat?
Alrighty.
Yeah. And still have about 3,800 left. Not too bad. Not too shabby.
Damn.
Let me go ahead and get this. Okay, let me go ahead and add it to the collection. And then with that, Alec, I will go ahead and add the Snow Wolf Cowl to your inventory.
Didn't he say how long my headpiece was gonna take again? Like 10 days, right? Or less than that?
2 weeks, was it?
2 weeks? Are we still gonna be here by then?
It's 2 weeks, but
back.
it is
We're
a...
gonna have to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he could always have
okay.
it shipped to you.
Okay, that's fine. I was just wondering.
We'll also have the teleportation sigil and...
Gotcha.
True.
Alrighty. So with that, Alec, you are now at 3 items of attunement, which it does take an hour to attune, so you'll have to get back home and focus on it. But you do now have it.
Which means I can't attune to anything else, right?
Yeah, you are at your max now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there we go.
Is it in my
You'll have to
D&D Beyond?
You'll have to refresh your page in order to see it.
On D&D Beyond?
On D&D Beyond, yeah.
Okey-dokey.
Snow Wolf Cowl.
Do I?
Yep, you have resistance to cold damage, and you can transform into a winter wolf for an hour. Oh, actually, I know how to do this now.
So cool.
So your wild shape of a winter wolf is, so you're a large monstrosity, so you're actually bigger than Alec. You have 75 HP, AC of 13,
What?
and
30.
What?
and you have a cold breath attack that deals 4d8 cold damage in a 15-foot cone whenever you're in it.
Is that on here?
Yeah, so if you go to refresh your page on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I see it.
And then if you go to extras, there should be a winter wolf in there for you, and you can actually manage HP right there too. Oh god, your movement speed's 50. God.
Well, that was money well spent.
Yeah. Now you can only do that once per day, I think it is.
I get pack tactics with my doggo. Oh my god, we are
Oh
a
That's
pack.
so
God.
Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, beautiful.
This is the most wholesome session we've ever had.
I know, it really is.
I hope you know tonight, Alec and Doggo are about to go howl at the moon together. It's gonna be great. Okay, sorry.
Some neighbor, shut the hell up! Trying to sleep.
Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
It's actually Moku, and then he's like, no, I was kidding.
Are you getting his throat ripped out in the middle of the night?
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that... You purchased the Wolf Cowl. Now, like I said, it will take you an hour to attune to it.
No worries.
And...
That is all she's buying.
Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. So as you are in there, is there anything else that you all are purchasing? Let me go ahead and... Okay, I have that.
No, I had thought about the Cape of the Mountebank, but... Oh, I'm gonna stick with the
You need
Shadow
extra
Ward.
money?
No,
Okay,
I
okay.
don't. No. And someday we need that flying carpet. But it is not this day.
Okay, let me go ahead and... So you purchase those items, the one wolf cowl, and he does. Sister River does say, "Now I will say that this one will be getting new items at the end of the week, and today is Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. Come back tomorrow. I may have more things. It's just Friday is when I get my shipments of new items."
He's just trying to make addicts out of us.
You gotta buy something every day, and then you feel like you have to on the fourth day.
So like a login bonus every time you come to his store.
Can we get like a little stamp card, little punch card, one
What?
free item?
What, you think this guy's giving stuff away? Nah, man.
Yeah, but like it's garbage. It's just like collector coins that like don't actually do anything,
just-
but he types them up.
It's you. No, yeah, okay. He'll pull out a little piece of parchment and like a little metal device that seems to be like a puncher, and that like is like a singular hole punch, and it's like in like it's almost like a Mickey Mouse head, except instead of the ears, it's like cat ears, and it like stamps it 5 times. I just want to let you know that this is your 5th item purchase, so you know what you get: 1 free item from that specific section of this store. And you can see that there is a small, like 2x2 cube that is about 2 feet high, and you can see a whole bunch of rolls of paper sticking out of it.
Ooh. Curious and curiouser.
Yep.
Do we both get one?
Oh, just 1 per group. They
Yeah,
don't grow on
there it
trees, do they? I mean, technically,
Well, I
yes,
think
but...
that they're actually made of tree.
But you see, well, just open one, and you'll see that there's a little bit more
Did
to
you
it than
know
just
that
paper.
Pidus makes excellent parchment as well? I think there's an argument to be made that Pidus actually makes better parchment than trees do.
Yes, probably, but right now is not the time to have that debate.
Oh, okay. I will look at the free things.
Yes, please do. Take 1 and only 1. I'll be watching.
What are they, Joe?
Well, you can see, you pull them out. They're about poster size, and as you open them, they are
Fucking
advertisements.
posters.
They're advertisements. They have his face. They have
For
his
his
shop,
store?
his
Oh my
location. It's his store.
God.
I love this guy.
He just,
There may have been a reason I didn't come.
do you like?
What do we do with these Morganics? Are they weapons?
You put them up in your house, and when people come to say, "Oh, where'd you get that?" you tell them, "Oh, I got it from the nightlife in Port Sahala."
Yeah, we're kind of between houses right now.
Make a deception check. No, wait, no, that's actually true. Especially now that Duncan's
We
back,
are.
Morganix is probably like, "Do we get to keep the house after we renovated
Where's
it?"
the lie, though? So
Yeah, he'll just kind of look at you and be like, "You could still keep it. You have to. It's free."
okay. Thank you very much. This was very generous of you.
You're welcome.
And after we leave, I'm like, not worth the ink it's printed with.
Oh, God. Terrible. Okay, so with that, you leave, and as you are walking in, he says, "Remember, come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow." He's going to make a perception check to see if he can hear that.
Oh, fuck.
That's an 8. He doesn't. I hope you like the poster. What a guy sifts the river.
I really do want to go back tomorrow, though, and I hate him for it.
Alrighty. So with that, all of you, the 2 of you make your way back to the house. And
I had a super brief thing while they
Oh,
were gone, if
yeah,
that's okay.
of course,
It will
sure.
not take long.
No, you're
Please
good.
don't
So, yeah.
smother Duncan.
Don't tell me how to play my character. You've been touched by evil. I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck.
Holds pillow over face. Okay,
It's an
sorry.
act of love. But yeah, so Varnast will head into Duncan's room though, and just kind of check on him, make sure he's like still breathing and all that stuff.
Yeah, he's still breathing, and you can see that he's kind of awake at this point. Is this now getting to like 4 or 5 o'clock? And he's sitting up a little bit more, sort of leaning on his arm, drinking some water. And you can see that now he's starting to eat bread and even some meats at this point.
Is it going down all right? As Varnast like keeps walking in.
For the most part, it is. Haven't had too many accidents yet.
Oh, and he kind of holds his stomach.
Sorry, some of the bruises aren't yet healed.
Well, let's see if we can fix that. And Varnas will go through his bag, and he'll pull out this water pouch that's kind of like, not like hidden, but it was definitely kind of like buried a little bit deeper.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll just like kind of grab like a glass or just like a cup that's like been nearby, and he'll pour water into it. And I'm not sure if any of you are like familiar with like glacier water, but it's like this really cool like aqua blue color. It doesn't look like normal water. Yeah, because of like the glacier salt that like dissolves into it, it really like changes the color.
It's fucking sick.
Yeah, and this water like very much looks like that. And Varnas will kind of like spin the glass a little bit and shut his eyes. And he'll kind of focus for a moment. Great rivers flowing. Life returns with the melting of the snow. See her strength. And there'll be this like kind of very light kind of glow that comes from the water. And he'll hand it to Duncan. Drink it.
Bottoms up.
And he drinks it, and...
And through the water, I am casting the 6th level spell, Heal. Which will allow him to regain 70 hit points.
Yeah, so he drinks it.
Jesus.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, wow. And he kind of, and a very much like in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, when the golden ticket is revealed and the one grandpa, he sort of like jumps up and he starts dancing and he's like, oh my.
Walk again?
Yeah, he's like, oh, look at that. That is amazing.
Yeah, bitch.
I feel great, honest. And he kind of like hugs you and he's like standing fairly perfectly still right now. And then he kind of,
Got up a little too fast.
and he kind of falls back down into the bed to an upright sitting position.
Like, a little dizzy. Oh my, but I feel so much better now, Varnas. Oh, thank you so much.
Well, least I could do, I figured.
No, I do truly mean it. You've done so much already. I want you to know that I know that I wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for you. Tomorrow, after everything's a little fuzzy right now, but I can feel it coming back to me. I could see everything. I was like a prisoner watching things happen in front of me with no way to do anything about them. I saw what you did, and thank you.
Varnas is like kind of looking towards him, but like kind of looking down a little bit as well. Not like completely avoiding eye contact, but it's not direct eye contact for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. Had I known what was going to happen, I wouldn't have.
No,
I was trying to protect Morganix. I didn't mean for any of this to happen.
It's... If I'm being entirely honest, I probably would have done the same thing. Not out of disrespect for you, but out of love for the others. You did nothing wrong in my eyes, Varnas. I want you to know that. And I'm glad I can tell you now.
Well, thank you for understanding. I'm just glad this was a wrong I was able to right. Even if you don't feel that way, it feels a lot better for me if I look at it that way.
Well, fine.
That water was the only one I had for today, though, so you should probably still get your rest. It only does so much.
Of course. No, thank you.
Not bad.
And yeah, Varnas will turn and leave.
Okay. Cool. So you make your way out of the room, and return to the area. And just about at that point, the others are arriving. And on that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and take our break as everybody sort of returns to the area. And yeah, we'll hop back in a little bit with the continuation of their adventure and what's going to happen there. So, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it thus far. Be sure to tune in after the break to see the conclusion to this episode and what exactly is going to happen there. And yeah, thanks for watching, and we will be right back. Just as a reminder to you guys, I'm going to be deafening myself, and Kayla will tell you when we're coming back. Okay. And
Dope.
Yeah.
All right. They're deafened. Thanks for watching, and we'll be right back. We are back. I don't know if that was caught at all, but I hope not. So, with that,
We're talking about bread again.
Yeah.
Teacher.
I think
Fixation of mine.
that on that note, we should go ahead and dive in. And as is now tradition, to quote Tevye from Fiddler on.
I mean to be so forward, but you know, I've often been told I'm the horny one. See what I did there? That's pretty funny, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I've been saving that one special for you.
Very proud of you. So you saw that?
Oh, I did.
Referencing all of the sitcoms right now, but his hands kind of just start touching his face, and he's like, "I could make him a flying teapot.
A what?
You can?
I could try."
Okay, Desmond.
Try.
You will try.
Just, I think I would need some stuff.
Okay, so plan is walk back in.
Literally.
Now sticky as well.
No. Grot can't be hot, bothered, and sticky because that has a different meaning. And
Whoops.
I can't let that happen on stream. So, I will say that as you are,
and obviously a lot more details, but
yeah,
you know,
of course,
taking that 10 or so minutes, and then just humming like a little lullaby-like melody, just until she knows that she's asleep.
Yeah, when you finish the story and look down, you see that Morwen is asleep and breathing easier than she had been.
Wow, these colors are pretty magical. Do you have colors like this, Mr. Giftman? And wave the kaleidoscope near the gift.
He's compelled to answer all questions.
He is compelled to answer all questions. So he would go
Listen.
It's not. Well,
That's fucking well easy, Harry. I'll fucking help you kill him. I'm that.
It's just one thing that I need to do. But I'm worried because supposedly this woman, Bianca, I think her name was, she serves.
When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain?
When the hurly-burly's done, when the battle's lost and won.
That which be ere the set of sun.
Where the place?
Upon the heath.
There to meet with MacElren.
I come, Greymalkin.
Paddock calls.
Anon.
Fair is foul and foul is fair. Hover through the falls and filth the air.
And I'm gonna look at everyone else.
Okay. Alrighty. So all of you begin to ride that way, and as soon as you get within range, after moving your way through the fairgrounds, which as of right now are a little dull, it's about noon, so there are some small games happening, and you can see there are a few sparring matches going on. These people anywhere between plate and chain. And
back to Cyrus' house. Sorry.
Valid. Not going to deny that.
Well, when the it is chlamydia, it's not so nice, you know?
Gross. What?
Ew.
Okay.
Nah, Cyrus is a lucky dip.
Alright.
Oh, God. Okay, anyway, moving on. So,
discussions that don't come up as often. Have you noticed that Cecily carries around stale pieces of bread?
She what?
Yeah, she snacks on them.
Like, she waits for them to be stale.
I don't think she waits for them to be stale. I think that she takes them when they're...
I think we need to let the coordinator know so she is prepared.
alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the session. I'm gonna go ahead and undeafen, and hi, we are back. Okay.
Can I say a thing before we start
Oh,
up?
yeah, of course.
While I was in the bathroom where I have my best thoughts, I was just imagining that while the three of us were giving our testimonies to the scribes and like telling everything we've been through, Moku was just wandering around the house like they did what? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, yeah. He was very much like, wow, you guys really were in the thick of it, weren't you? Holy shit.
Having serious regrets, thinking about taking the money and running. It was just a mental image I had while I was peeing. I felt like I needed to share.
No, that's a good thing to share. I very much appreciate that because it's so fucking true. That's the best part about it. Okay.
So then we blew up the pirate ship, and
Then I had my throat cut open and I died. What?
Huh? What do you mean?
I had to kill my father. It was a sad time.
What?
Just kidding.
Anyway.
I just love that. You know, like those like reality TV shows where they're just talking to the camera. Like I could just imagine each of them three just kind of sitting and just talking.
having a confessional booth.
Yeah. I love that. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Okay. No,
we play Big Brother D&D.
Oh God.
Or like real world
Next
house
one
rules
shot.
D&D.
Just modern day everything. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. You're good. Okay. So, with that, let us continue back in to the game. Picking up where we left off. Our group of adventurers had finally found themselves back into a more neutral position. Now, all they're waiting on is Galadar and Ezekiel to return to Morgonix with information saying, yes, we have everything we need. We've gathered everything. We know where we need to go. We're ready to start this. We're ready to descend into the abyss to find the demon queen Malcanthit, destroy her while the group of you are sent to destroy her core. So that way there's no recreation for her. There's no reincarnation. It is just permanent death. That's what you're currently waiting on. In the meantime, you have some talks that you need to have, some purchases that you need to make. You know that you've gone to Sif's the River of the Ninth Life, magic item salesman, and one heck of a salesman at that, as you have already going back for the third day in a row to purchase once again, knowing that there are going to be new items coming tomorrow. And you also know that Duncan will finally be back and ready to talk the next day. So with that, you're just playing a waiting game now. Waiting out the rest of the day, heading to sleep, and then eventually heading back.
Before I go to sleep, I'm gonna go around the villa with and rip up little scraps of parchment, and I'm gonna put labels on things with the common word and then the elvish word.
You go.
Love that so much.
Yeah, just writing
chair and chamber pot and knife and just random stuff all throughout the house.
Yeah, getting the knowledge from Alec of what is native Eferan for for all of those words and then putting them on the things. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, because Morganix does speak and read Elvish. She
Well-
doesn't have native Eferan,
Yeah.
but she knows that Alec has some Elvish.
Yeah.
So she's just trying to help put it into context a bit more. Oh god, I just look at the chat. Y'all can hear Luna. Sorry.
No, he's the. Yeah, we'd love
She's
for
very
him.
demanding today. So yeah, she's just gonna go all around the house and put labels on random shit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
And that's it.
Alec would be very appreciative of
So
that.
that definitely does help Alec. So
Also,
mhm.
sorry. I'm sorry. If there is a moon out tonight, Alec would like to go for a little run with Doggo.
Okay.
Yes.
Before you're able to do that, like say when you get back and you're
Okay.
and you're getting ready to attune to it, you can see that begins to approach you.
Wait, who? Sorry, you cut out really bad there.
Sorry, Moku. Moku does.
Oh.
As you're just sort of like taking
Okay.
in the wolf cowl and looking at it and getting ready to attune to it, getting ready to meditate, he approaches you and he says, Alec, do you mind if we talk just very briefly?
Sure, we can. Is everything okay?
Oh, everything's fine. I just I made a realization today, and I wanted to share it with you. So, and you can see him. He definitely is sort of pausing quite a bit, and he does seem a little uncomfortable, which is different for him. You've never seen that before.
Are you sick?
No, I'm fine.
Do you need to throw up?
You know, I kind of feel like it right now, because I feel very stupid for not having noticed it before.
Well, if you do it outside, because Doggo will eat that.
And we don't want that. No.
And we don't want that.
I wanted to apologize for again for what I said. You see, it's not an excuse. But in stressful situations, sometimes I respond with humor. And I understand that is not the best way to address things, especially with somebody I've met before. And I feel very silly for not having realized it.
We've met before?
Yes, I understand why you would not have remembered. You were very young at the time. I mean, so was I, but you see,
You've been to Efera? I'm confused.
Yes, I have.
In Tangiado?
Yes, I actually very briefly met your father. You see, I have my first memory that I have is me being in Port Sahala in the Gemstone Archipelago, but it is not exactly a very fond memory. I was, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5. There were all these people around me, a lot of them, crammed together very tightly. And we were all kind of smushed in one cage. And apparently at some point in time before that I had been separated from my family, and well, I was being it was a rough beginning. That is all I have to say, and I've come to terms with it. But when I finally got my freedom and I left, I went searching. I had no idea who my parents were or where my lineage laid. When I turned 16, I gathered what money I had and I went from place to place, trying to find somebody who knew the name Moku or where it came from, or if they knew me or anything. I went to Thrall, I went to Efera, I went to Iverion, I went to Atarashi and Loshar, and most of the Eferans, they didn't even allow me into their sanctums. They didn't, those of the Earth and the Air tribes, they just cast me out and told me to leave. But your father was the only one who answered what questions I had. And I feel ridiculous for not realizing it before, that you are not just some random person named Silverfoot, that you're that little girl he kept calling Papaya. And I feel especially bad for my words, because when I went to Efera, people were very mean to me, and they treated me like an outcast. They made fun of the way that I talked. And it wasn't right of me to do that. And I just wanted you to know that I am genuinely very sorry. And that,
I forgive you. I understand. Sometimes I am working on it. Sometimes I can be very aggressive. And sometimes humor... I don't always understand certain jokes.
well, no, that one wasn't funny anyway. It was just mean, and I'm... So no, you were right on the mark with that one.
I understand that. You are forgiven. I am glad that you got to meet Logan. He was a very good man.
Yes, he was. He was very kind to me, and sort of looking at the sword that you have, I heard you speak of it earlier, and I'm very sorry for your loss. But you are definitely living up to the Silverfoot name.
Well, I am trying to do my best to be better. So, thank you. And she'll, offer her hand.
And he smiles, and he reaches in for the handshake, but not like the normal, palm to palm. This is definitely the wrist to wrist.
Oh yeah. It's definitely a forearm shake.
Yeah,
for
forearm shake. Yeah. There you go. That's the part I was looking for. So forearm shake, and he smiles, and he looks at the wolf cow, and he says, "Well, I'll let you get back to whatever you were doing."
I wouldn't wait up. And she's just gonna walk away with Doggo in tow.
Okay. Doggolin trots along. And...
time to frolic.
Yes. So, with that, you... attune to the hood. And you can feel that magic enter.
You can also speak giant? Excuse me?
Oh, is that what
Cool.
that says?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, whatever.
A winter wolf can speak common, giant, and winter wolf.
Yeah, Fenrir, man.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Sick. Okay.
I don't know if that's actually why or not. That was the only thing I could come up with.
I mean, that would make sense. Or Skull and Hati, they're all the same thing, you know? So with that, you transform, and you can see that as you're bigger than Doggolin by quite a fair bit. In fact, when you transform into a winter wolf, Standing on your hind legs, you're bigger than Alec. Like, you're large, okay? So on your hind legs, you're probably about 12 feet tall. 10, 12 feet tall in that range, okay? Just so you know, you're much bigger than Dogolin. And yeah, you're practically like, but even bigger than a dire wolf, you know? Like, yeah. So
That's a pretty one.
You can see that Dogolin sort of begins to slowly pace around you, not sure of, who is this? You see him kind of jump back a little bit. And he doesn't say anything initially, doesn't bark, but he just kind of walks around you. And you can feel that while your mental stats stay the same, you can feel this connection to wolves and to the area around you. Something very different than what you feel as Alec. Your emotions are boiled down to much simpler feelings of a want and need to run and hunt. The things that Alec loves to do. And Dogolin moves around you and sniffs. And he lets out a soft noise and goes, "Dances with blood."
My wolf's name.
Dances with blood.
Oh hell yeah! I'm crying. Okay. Can Alec speak?
Yeah, you can speak. It's simpler, but it's kind of already the same of how Alec normally speaks. In all honesty.
Hi. What is your true name? And she'll cock her whole head to one side. Little floppy ears.
Yep. Dances with blood. Calls me Doggo. But the name the mother gave me was Morning Light.
I am crying so hard. It's so sweet. Okay. Alec will kind of you know how wolves kind of hug, but they just kind of rest their little faces on each other. Yeah, that's what Alec will do.
And Dogolin returns it. Let us run, wolf brother, wolf sister.
She'll nod her little dog head excitedly.
Okay, and with that,
massive.
yeah. You and Dogolin, you run, and some people are scared as hell. There's just a winter wolf, and the only reason the guards aren't called is because they recognize the Dogolin. They recognize Morning Light. And yeah, exactly. Woo! And
good timing.
The two of you run, and you move to the outskirts of Port Sahala, and you hunt. There are small flying animals that you stalk throughout the jungle flora and fauna. You hunt them together as wolf brother and wolf sister. And
absolutely.
That is how you spend.
Conclude with a howl at the moon at the end of the night.
Exactly. Both of you howl together.
I am so fulfilled.
Dances with blood and Morning Light.
Dances with the blood. What a badass wolf name.
Well,
I'll take it.
What does Alec do?
Okay, you're right.
Alrighty.
It's better than Blood Chugger.
I'd like to imagine it's I don't know, 2 a.m. and Alec's still in wolf form. It's just this really beautiful white fur is just matted and stained with blood, and her and Doggo come in. Morning Light come in, and they just kind of curl up by the fire and just kind of rest.
Yeah. Well, because see, wolf names change as time goes on, because it's reflective of who you are. So Alec used to be Heart Eater. But when she took the levels in Monk, Dogolin started calling you Dances with Blood. Before you met Dogolin, he called himself the Chained One.
Oh,
yeah, that's very sad. But as soon as you met him, he rediscovered his name as Morning Light, because
I love that.
That's what he felt like with you.
Destroy my heart. Yeah.
Yep.
Good hunt. Just matted with blood though.
Yep.
Just gonna fall asleep like that.
Okay. Yep.
And I like to imagine in the morning when she wakes up no longer in wolf form, it's the same. She just has blood-stained chin and her hands are just covered in blood still.
Yeah.
But she's smiling, snapping with a little smile on her face.
Oh.
exactly.
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah, sure, of course.
So I was going to say, Varnast was going to try to wake up a little bit early the next morning around the time that, like, Alec usually wakes up. And he'd, like, head out. And he'd, like, since they were out late, she'd probably, like, maybe still be sleeping for a little bit.
Oh yeah, probably for sure.
Oh yeah, even though she has like elven trance, she's definitely exhausted from all the running.
He sees that she's like covered in blood, kind of thinks for a moment, glances into Moku's room. All right, he's good. And then he would just kind of wait. He'd like get himself some food, do like some morning stuff, but he would try and catch Alec when she wakes up, whenever that is.
Yeah.
I mean, like, usually she's up, like, damn near, like, 5 a.m., but roll around, like, 6:30, 7, she'll wake up and just kind of, like, give Doggo a few pets as he's still sleeping, a little morning light. And, she's full, so she's not really hungry. But she'll kind of walk over and see Varnast, and, again, like I said, her chin is just kind of, like, stained red, but she has, like, the biggest smile on her face, and she just... Good morning.
Morning. How was your hunt? I assume you told us what you were doing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
As you would.
How was your hunt?
It was the most fun I've had in a very long time.
Good.
And we ate well.
Is Doglin still sleeping, or did you both wake up?
No, Doglin would have woke up too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure how much sleep Doglin needs or not.
No, he'll take little naps if he needs to throughout the day.
Wanted to talk to you briefly before we got to talking to Duncan, because things are going to escalate once we do that, I assume.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
Oh. I wanted to show you this, and he'll pull the sword out and hold it out for her, clearly, like, to take.
She will very gladly take it. Does Alec, like, recognize anything about it, or...?
Yeah, you can tell that there's an immediate connection you have to it. While you don't understand the lattice work initially, you can tell that there is a root to it that is that of reminiscent of the words for lightning and storm and water. Words that are also very sacred to you, being from Congiato. And you can tell that this was a sword made in the sea. A sword made by Estitia.
This is very... powerful to say. Where did you get this?
Well, when I left yesterday, I had much on my mind and needed to get some things off my chest, so I went to speak with her. And she spoke back to me.
Yeah, she did. Varnast, you are very, very blessed by her. This is good. This is very good. And the other one?
The blade?
Yeah, she's kind of like looking around to see if like the Kopesh is anywhere.
I imagine she's buried it underneath the entire sea by this point.
Then
No one will use that again.
Very good. That makes me very happy. I wouldn't want to see you go down the path that he did.
Nor would I.
And Alec will... She has a very big smile on her face and just kind of hand you back the sword.
I like a question, if I may. Does the name Stormbringer mean anything to you?
Does it mean anything to me, Joe?
Not to you, no. You never had any... Because, this is a thing that I've talked about before, like way back when you guys went to Astitia's temple in Efera. The people of the Salamander Coast and the people of Efera view Estitia differently. The people of Efera view her as a much more matronly, motherly figure, very caring and loving. like how water washes away dirt and mud and grime to clean things. But the people of the Salamander Coast, specifically the Western Salamander, see her as, this, while still matronly, this more wrathful person that punishes people who either do her wrong or who do evil. Sort of like a paladin versus a cleric view, almost.
Mm-hmm.
So Stormbringer means nothing to Alec. Maybe the closest thing she would have would be Water Whisperer, which were people who were like exquisite healers who could literally, in almost a form of blood magic, but not really, could heal by using the water inside of a person to reverberate healing energy from the inside out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You spotted the Easter egg. Congratulations. 5 bonus points.
Hey, okay.
Woo.
Then just kind of like looking at the blade and just thinking, I'm sorry, no, I've not heard of that. Is that the name of your blade?
Oh. The title that she wishes to bestow upon me, so long as I remain worthy of it.
Varnas, that is great. That is a big honor. I don't know what it means, but it is certainly intimidating in a good way. How do you feel?
Better. Much. Alec, I've said this before, but I think it warrants saying again. I hope you know that I'm very proud of the progress that you've made since we met. In just a few months, you've become so much more than you were before.
Thank you.
know, I think it's a lesson that we all need a reminder of and we all forget sometimes. Growing up is improving, learning from your mistakes, doing what you can to be better and help those around you be better. And you never really stop growing up.
Well, Vardest, I think that, and I appreciate your words, I do, thank you. But I think you've also grown a lot as well. And I think that this is proof of that. We don't stop growing up, and you've grown quite a bit since we've met. And you gave a very, very deep sacrifice yesterday. And only strong people can do what you did. And maybe the Varnast a few months ago would not have sacrificed what he did. But you did. And I am very proud of you. And she'll just kind of give him a really big smile and hand his blade back to him.
He'll smile back and take it. Take the blade in one hand and pat her on the shoulder real quick and just still smiling. That means a lot, Alec.
I know. And she'll hug him.
He'll return it.
So sweet, so sweet. Okay. So, with that, at about that time, Morganix and Duncan both begin to stir. And
Yeah, I would go check on Duncan first thing.
yeah. Okay. So checking on him, you can see that he is very much so on the mend. As you go to check on him, you can see that he's already getting dressed by himself, standing by himself. He does have a small cane that he found that he's now using to support himself, but he doesn't really need it. It just sort of relieves some pressure off of maybe a wound that was caused in his journeys when he was away from everybody. But he does turn around to you. He's not wearing his traditional clothes, kind of what he could find in the closets here, which doesn't fit Duncan at all. They're very like flowy and colorful.
I love it. Yeah.
Not his kerchief and coat that he's used to, but they're clothes. And he just sort of looks to you and smiles, and he says, sort of pulling up his arm with this like 4-foot droopy like sleeve. He says, "Well, how do I look?"
Very festive.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Think you were due for a holiday.
Oh, that's you're right about, my dear. Well, I'm sure that you and your companions have quite a few questions, and I'm afraid I've kept you waiting long enough already.
We can wait as long as we need to, Duncan. We never thought we'd get you back.
Well, I'm happy to be back, and if there's anything I can do to help now, God's willing, I'm doing it.
Gives you a smile.
Why don't we get you a change of scenery?
Yes, please.
Breakfast on the terrace seems necessary.
Oh, yes, it does.
And as you two come out, Varnes has a lovely spread that he made this morning.
Aw.
Look at that.
I love you, spread.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
So then potatoes?
Mostly seafood based.
Okay.
You know,
Dang it. No huevos rancheros. Come on, Varnast.
Nope.
Anyway, Varnast will be like,
oh, Varnas, did you cook this? This smells like... Where did you get the Western Salamander seasoning?
Had to talk to some people, but, you know, always keep a little bit of stuff on me to remind me of home.
Well, good.
Meanwhile, Alex, like, spitting some of it out on a napkin.
I ate Alex food. I'm grateful.
I just don't think she's, like, a seasoning gal, if you know what I mean.
You don't like Himalayan pink rock salt? How dare you?
She ate probably like a wild boar earlier raw, man. Continue, sorry.
With that, he sits down, sets the cane out on his lap, and he gives himself a modest portion. Yesterday, he was eating like a madman. Like, it was very much so, like, he needed to eat to survive. But now it's much more so he's pacing himself, and he slowly begins to cut things off and take bites, and he says,
"Oh, honest, this is very good. Very good."
Have as much as you want. Made plenty.
Well, I think that, I guess it's best to eat and talk then. So I'm sure you all have many questions, and I have much information to give.
So, you remember...
Yes, I had mentioned this to Varnast yesterday. But, in my situation, and I don't know if this is true for all of the Gnolls and for Frederick as well, but I can only assume. I remember everything. I was like a prisoner in a cell, watching everything unfold in front of me, unable to do anything about it. I could see the horrors that I was committing. I could see what I was doing, and I wanted to stop, but I had no control. So, that makes me believe, then, that all of these people, the Gnolls and Frederick and anyone else who's been affected, which, sadly, there are many at my own hand as well. All of these people, they understand what's happening. They can see it. They're conscious for all of it. They just can't do anything to stop it. That's the first thing that I wanted to say. So, I do remember everything. Everything I saw and everything I heard.
I'm sorry I fireballed you.
Well, no, I'm very thankful you did. I felt...
I needed to do it.
Of course, and no, you did need to do it. I don't know what I was going to do next, but I know that I didn't want to do it. I fought so hard to take control, but nothing was working. Sadly, he still had that hold of me. Well, so, what do I know? Well, hope you're taking notes. There's going to be a test on this at the end. It was a joke, Alec.
He'll stop scrambling for a piece of parchment, I guess.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine, darling. So, what do I know? For one, that Korvok is not the one in charge. Korvok is working for an entity that the Gnolls call Heartsbane. Some type of force, an entity that is controlling him, telling him, at least commanding him to do these things in his name. Looking for specific places within Efera and, well, within the Western Salamander as well. Places that withhold these entities. Confined within a temporal cell, frozen in time and space, unable to do anything until they're broken free. That's the first thing. Korvok, in order to commune with this entity, enters into a place he calls the Cave of Lost Souls in the Bloody Mesa in Efera.
Do I know what that is?
Yes, you were told horror stories of there when you were a child. It was the stories that you tell a kid, like that the older, edgy kids tell the younger kids to really scare them. Mm-hmm. And it is a place, it's the place where this all started, with a blood curse of the Cree tribes, the fire tribes, where it all started. That was the sort of epicenter of it.
I was in there a few times. Not deep enough in to ever see the place where Korvok went, but there were other altars, other places. And in these places, this is where Frederick and I did most of our work. Korvok, and myself and Frederick and other humanoids, they would go into cities like New Efera and New Verdolka, and they would promise, we would promise people power. Come with us, and you can have anything you've ever wished, anything you've ever wanted. Has anyone ever hurt you before? You can have your vengeance. And we would perform a rite on them where they could learn the secrets of hemomancy, as I call it, but the art of blood magic, as the natives did. And apparently there are many others who have gone through this, and some have committed harder to it than others. There was only ever one who could fully commit to it and stay in human form. And, well, that was the man I was there to make a deal with. Colliard, apparently...
Why were you there to make a deal with him?
You see, these seals, the ones that this Heartsbane is searching for to break, they are composed of two halves of the same whole of magic. There is an obsidian core Some are larger than others, some are seals on doors, or some are just rocks that blend in with all of the others that are around. So they have that obsidian core on the outside. And applying enough evil, dark magic, you can break that obsidian core, exposing a small opal within it. But in order to break that opal, you need an equal amount of power of divine energy, radiant magic. A final failsafe to keep those individuals sealed. And in order to break the one that Heartsbane wanted, that Korvac had found, it needed a rather powerful wealth of divine energy to break it. And that's where the feather came in. Should I have received that feather, paid the price that he was looking for, since he no longer had a need for carrying about the barriers between life and death, he was willing to sell it, and I would have returned to Efera at that point. In the northernmost reaches of the Bloody Mesa. There's a door there where one of these entities was sealed away. It's odd that the seal is very large, though most of the obsidian has been broken away, and all that remains is a opal keeping the door locked. But it's odd there is I wouldn't know why they'd want to keep it sealed, as there was plant life growing from underneath the door, sort of consuming the entire area in this dry cave. Very odd. So, I wasn't ever told what was behind there, only that the feather was needed in order to break that seal. That is the first two things. There's another thing as well. So, Korvac is now splitting his forces between two places. I was sent initially to the Western Salamander a few weeks ago in order to find a seal that was there. Now, when Korvac had received word that Kaliard was willing to make this deal, he pulled me back and sent me here. Frederick was left in the Western Salamander. Gnolls are there, and Gnolls are... well, Frederick is working with a group of individuals, a cultural group known as the Uoljit, which Varnast you would recognize. They are sort of like, they're cannibals, mountain dwellers, that have like ceremonies dedicated to blood, but they've never been known to practice blood magic. And he says, Frederick sent there to teach them, taking weapons that were originally used by the Kree and giving it to them, allowing them to enhance those abilities and truly wreak havoc on the Fractured Peninsula.
How does he have access to these people? They've been gone for many years. Who taught him this magic?
Well, that was another realization I made. Discovery. You see, Korvac, there is a bit more than him than just being a large gnoll. Korvac, at least as it were my understanding, was the leader of these Kree many thousands of years ago. He was the one who founded the Bloodhearts, and he was the first teacher. And now he wishes for ways to expand his knowledge. And it seems as though Heartsbane is willing to give that to him. I'm not sure what that is, but they're gaining this information because Korvac was the one who created it.
You mentioned these seals, and Alex is like looking at everyone. I can only assume that these are the same things that speaking of. Am I alone in that?
No, I think you're perfectly correct.
Is that a reasonable conclusion we could come to, Joe? I was really trying not to metagame that, but
oh no, definitely.
I feel like we have enough information to put that together.
Bringing up the seals, describing it, right? Obsidian, which all of you saw, the one that Emmeril showed you that the Salamander Coast had given him, and you know you can easily put 2 and 2 together. The only difference is when Emmeril was giving you the different names, right? The Dark One, the Father of Lies, all of those. He never mentioned a Heartsbane.
Mm-hmm. You're right, though, Alec. It sounds too similar to be a coincidence.
Too similar to what?
We'll fill him in. Just to
Yeah.
save some time.
Okay, yeah.
For the sake of brevity, we take the
Yeah.
next 2 hours.
Yeah. Oh wow. Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
No.
I'm
Yeah.
kidding.
He. That's what he does. He's like, oh,
my. Okay. You know, I had. When I was originally doing my field study of Efera, I had read stories about a great entity of shadow many thousands of years ago offering promises, but I had just assumed that was some type of shadow spawn or an evil god of some sort who promised them, or even an evil fae who twisted their words and now is pulling some cruel prank. But I'd always heard the stories that the children of the light would try and push the Dark One, the Father of Lies, an entity on the outside of existence. I'd always tell them, if it's on the outside of existence, why does it matter to us? But I suppose they were right.
If Korvac is working for this Heartsbane, this Dark One, and they're using this magic and they are breaking these seals, what do they want with Viru? How does that further whatever their plan is?
Well, Nibiru is it's a fountain of power and knowledge. While it might not contain books and scrolls or massive amounts of wealth, I can only assume that.
So, just to clarify, Alec, you would have informed all of them about the thing that Eliza had told you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What thing?
About like Poe and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like I
Sorry, it's been a minute.
No. Here, my thing with that is like I didn't know, like it's obviously story stuff, but like I didn't know how relevant it would be anymore with Evan stepping away. I didn't know where that was in the realm of canon anymore.
Well, the big thing is Eliza leaving and coming back and fighting against the Dark One all of those years ago. That's kind of the big thing.
Okay, sorry. That whole okay.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
my bad.
that's the
might
root.
be, might be.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, like, I just kind of put that entire discussion, like, on, like, a back burner because I wasn't sure where to place it anymore.
No,
Okay, but thank you.
Valid.
Yeah. While the Poe thing is definitely not center focus anymore, the fact that she left Efera, fought in this great war, and then came back.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Then yes, Alec would have shared that with everybody.
Okay,
And
so-
like, I guess that doesn't make her as oblivious to what's happening. Then sorry.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, you're good. You're good.
Cool.
So Duncan would say, "Well,
I can only assume. Alec, I'm sure that your powers have only been growing. And Varnas, same for you, I could tell. There's no secret that Astitia, and for that matter, all the other primordial titans are tied to the both of you. If the Eferans find their magic in Nibiru, that place of power, Korvac was defeated many thousands of years ago by Eliza, and the magic her people possessed. Maybe as a way to ensure victory this time around. Doesn't want that to happen, so if it's destroyed, it's no longer need to worry about. And Morganix, you had said Malcanthid had told you of the curse to them. That
Yes.
They wanted to... Perhaps then, maybe their powers are limited with Nibiru, being some type of, I don't know, anchor for them to their roots as Eferans. Preventing them from really embracing that true twisted nature of it. Maybe that's why Colliard is so efficient at what he does. He doesn't have that tie to the natives. He doesn't have that anchor point. He can just commit and suffer no consequences. It's a terrifying thought.
And he's probably our enemy for life now.
Oh, yes. Well, he probably was before and just didn't know you. Man like that doesn't make very many friends, so you're on a long list of enemies if it makes you feel any better.
Does Frederick know where you are?
And he knows that I was supposed to do a deal in Port Sahala.
And when were you expected to return?
Well, I suppose this evening. And I was supposed to return to Korvac in Efera, not to Frederick in the Western Salamander.
How were you to return?
Well, I have a... Oh. That oaf of a Gnoll was so confident that nothing would ever happen to me that I'd never be able to share this. I have teleportation circle runes to a small encampment of Gnolls outside of the Bloody Mesa. It's dangerous. We'd be dropping right in the middle of a camp. Maybe 20, 30 Gnolls, but... I mean... it's an option.
I think that as much as I am excited to return home, even if it is to that cursed place, we need to handle Malcanthid first.
Oh, yes, I entirely agree. Malcanthid is a #1 priority.
Morganix has been stripped of her powers, and
We don't know how long that will take. Ezekiel said he would find where her core was. And until he has that information, I'm waiting. So if there are things for us to do in the meantime, it doesn't make a lot of sense here for us to just sit and wait and do nothing.
Well, Listen, I'm not exactly myself yet.
No.
How about this? One more night of rest, and in the morning we go. I wasn't expected back until this evening anyway.
Will they know that terrible hold or curse that was on you has been lifted?
I'm not sure. All I know is that Korvac was very confident that nothing would ever happen to me. So his confidence may be blinding him in this moment. In fact, I don't know, maybe I could... That's too risky. He might just be willing to think that I decided to cause a little bit of terror while I was here. I mean, considering all what happened with Duradine, what you said, I mean, not hard to believe. Chaos in the city could have been caused by me.
So we have time.
A few days at least, I'd say.
When you were on Dupree's ship, did you learn anything that might be useful to us that we don't already know? Even though he's dead, he was in that allegiance.
Yes. Dupree was beginning to, well, he was beginning to grow frustrated, to a degree. I can see that now. Obviously frustrated at all of you, mostly at all of you for messing up his plans in Efera. Rightfully so. That you should have messed up his plans, not that he should be angry. But there was a new spot of pain for him. In Ivarion, it was. There was a small group who was starting to disturb something he was trying to fund. There's a group of individuals, I'm assuming once again another connection to this to Heartsbane, father of lies. And, well, these individuals apparently were supposed to make him some great army. The Gnolls were one army, then these individuals, it was, I get the name, but they specialized in necromancy, specifically undead, raising it to fight for him. They had begun to destabilize that situation, and he was pouring a lot of money into it. So I do know that Duradine was trying to fund something that would overthrow not just the King of Ivarion, but also Queen of Tarkir and probably the rulers of Macavia as well. Probably would have spread down that far. So, he was invested in quite a few things, and now that he's dead, I'm sure that all of that is going to start falling apart.
Can you testify to this at a trial upcoming?
And he kind of like, oh, that's right, yes. Sorry, there's a lot of information. Yes, of course I would testify that. I was on that ship. I hope that they don't, question my motives, being that I had done quite a fair bit of harm in Efera and in the western side.
That was not under your control.
Yes, I agree with you. I will. If it means bringing him down, not just physically, but morally and metaphorically, I'm all for it.
Well, I am on the line of people who will make the decision, and I already believe in you.
Well, thank you, Alec. And it kind of pats your hand. I really appreciate it. It's nice to know someone is. Well, I guess I have 3 people. Well, 5 people. Jinx and Moku. Well,
You
Far
know
cry from-
Jinx?
And he kind of like squints at her.
Because if not, we totally would have introduced them way before now.
Yeah. And Jinx kind of eyes him again.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't really think so.
No, yeah. No, I don't. No, do I? No.
No, you don't. You definitely don't.
All right.
Wizards.
Yeah. And so you introduced him, and yeah, he's very pleasant, and he'll probably talk to Jinx about her studies at some point in time, and talk to Moku about not very much. Not a
Valid.
lot. Yeah, not a lot in common between those two. So he does continue, and he says,
Now there's one more thing that I need to share. So, the Gnolls, there was one bastion in the Bloody Mesa. It was known as Dybrin Keep. It was the area where any of the Crimson Companions went after New Efera fell. They held up in there, and the same thing that happened to New Verdalka, or New Efera, happened there. Destroyed, ransacked, completely eviscerated. And all of those corpses, well, they were food for fodder. Each one of them Gnolls, and now the leaders of the Crimson Companions, they now serve as generals for Korvac. So the same people that led the destruction of Koa and Congiado and the Shoa Soman Riverlands are now gifted with that blood magic and that Gnoll ferocity. Now, there is something that I think could be useful. There was I realized it as I was with him, with Korvac. Part of the reason I believe Korvac resurrected me was because he recognized me. Back when I was a much younger man, my, late 20s, early 30s, and my life hadn't yet fallen to shambles, I would explore areas that had been abandoned with my wife and with Frederick. See, my wife was one of the best archaeologists in Efera, and in my opinion, in the whole world. One of the dig sites we went to, one of the last ones we went to before Frederick lost it, was known to the locals, the natives we could talk to in the Riverlands. It was called the Bloody One's home. No idea.
I recognize that. Do I recognize that?
Do you recognize that? This one you'll need to make a history check for me, because
Okay.
this one is a little bit more obscure than the Lost Caves of the Lost.
Yeah, that's not really my area where I grew up either, is it? No.
No, this is still in the Bloody Mesa.
Okay.
So these are two separate places. So let's see what that history check is.
Sorry, I'm pulling it back up on my phone real quick.
And I'd say that Alec is probably the only one who could make this history check too, sadly.
That's not a lot of...
I know, no pressure.
That's okay, I'm trying to get to it. Efficiencies and language? Where the fuck is it? On my phone. Okay, I was gonna roll it on my computer because I can't find history for some reason.
Yeah, I'm assuming Alec isn't proficient in it, so... Oh, wow,
absolutely
18,
not.
okay.
Hey! She did listen to her grandma every now and then.
Yeah, Grandma Tala, there was one time where you didn't zone out. One singular time when you didn't wish you could be running in the trees and swinging from branches like Tarzan.
Mm-hmm.
One time. you focused. Because Grandma Tala, she recognized that you weren't paying attention, so she put a little bit of flair on this one. Using the magic that she had, she made it into a bit more of a story, a bit more of a narrative for you to follow. And this was all rumors, by the way, that Grandma Tala gave you. But they were rumors of your people, so she took them as... They were rumors told by her grandmother and her grandfather, so she took them at face value and believed them as whole truths. But Alec, now with the worldly view that she has, she can recognize that these were definitely rumors. So you don't know how much stock there is in it. But with an 18, you would be able to remember her telling you of a story where back in the beginning, before Eliza, before the Gnolls, there were, in each one of the realms dedicated to each one of the primordial titans, at that time Grumbar, Kossuth, Estitia, and Acadia, dedicated into the mountains of Acadia, the riverlands and stones of Grumbar, the rapids and streams of Estitia, and the mesa of Kossuth. In each one, there were 2 tribes, 2 subsections. You obviously know Koa and Kanjiado, right? There's you and Nahara, 2 separate halves of the same whole. In the Bloody Mesa, there were the Kree, which the Kree were the ones who they were the ones who had sort of perverted this use of blood magic, who had sought to use it as power above all else, wanting to consume and destroy. A real debauchery approach to blood magic. The more you hurt yourself, the more damage you can do, the better you can be. But Grandma Tala told you of their sister tribe, where on one half there was the Kree, on the other half there was the Kasa. And the Kasa, and that is K-A-S-A, the Kasa were natives who they did practice blood magic. But they saw it as an art form. They saw it the same way that people in the real world would see a distinction between like Taekwondo and Capoeira and all of those different forms of martial arts. It was just another type. It was a different type of magic where there were people in Efera or in Koa and Kanjiado who were water whisperers. They saw it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And there were the blood drinkers, which were the Kree, and then there were the bloody ones, which were the Kasa. Not because they doused themselves in blood out of celebration of defeat, but because it was ceremony. It was honorable. It was their culture. And it was never done out of excess. It was done out of respect. It was done to honor Kossuth in the way that they knew how. So, Alec would know that.
See why.
Yeah. So, Duncan says, now, that area is very dangerous. Not just because of the Gnolls now, of course, but also the terrain is rather exhausting. Even with magical means, as Varnas would have here. Traversing the deserts is still very dangerous. And traversing those caves and those ruins are very dangerous. And I think that if any of you wanted to go there, I think that it would be wise to hire a guide to take you.
And I only know one woman who was brave enough to go out into those mesas. And...
Yulissa?
No.
Okay, that was Kayla asking, so I was confused.
No. My wife. Grace. She's in the Enclave now, on the Golden Sands, west of Sunken City Bay, east of Sunken City Bay. She spent most of her adult life mapping that place out. If you want somebody to take you through there safely, she's the person you want. But maybe... I'd maybe don't mention my name. I think that would do you more harm than good, in all honesty.
Duncan, thank you for sharing this. This is a lot of information.
Yeah.
to filter through.
Good information.
Mm-hmm.
Well, believe me, I'm happy to give it. The alternative is something I'd rather not think about.
Aye.
I think we have a lot we need to sit on and process before we can make any decisions and see if we hear back from Galadar.
Yeah,
And
I don't think Duncan should travel for at least a day or two.
I agree with that.
Oh, if you're going to the Abyss, no thank you. Not right now, no.
No, we would not. No.
But if you go to the Enclave and for some reason she isn't willing, I will come. And I know it fairly well, but not as well as her. So, if you need me, I will help you.
Duncan, I feel as though getting you back home is probably where you will do us all good.
Oh, you mean to the Academy? Or, I suppose not the Academy that I knew, but the home to the Wardens, as it were.
And he gives you a very joking smile.
It's been commandeered, but it's still yours. It'll be yours again when we get you back.
Oh, listen, I'll take a bedroom and I'll take that. You need someone to do your bookkeeping, don't you?
I think it's kind of been turned into a hospital while we're gone.
I did put a tree in one room. I hope that's okay.
It's true, she did.
I was wondering how to give it that Eferan flair, and well, I guess that was my mistake, not asking an Eferan to work on it.
Well, there's also bugs, and Cyrus was not a big fan of that.
Oh, no.
I also got a mousing cat.
Oh, that's very nice. Did you name it?
No, he had his own name. Actually.
I don't remember what it was.
I can't either.
Tommy, I think it was Tommy, because I think that it was
Yeah.
like Tomcat, yeah.
Yeah, it was Tommy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Tommy, that's him. He named himself?
I had a talk with him.
Oh. Seems a little derivative, but all right.
He's quite the personality, but
Most cats are, yeah.
I think Easy Living will agree with him.
Yes. Well, as I said, I feel much more comfortable with that being your home. The Academy was a dream of mine, but I worked on starting it for 15, 20 years with no luck.
I think you'll have luck now.
Well,
We'll throw in a good word for you.
exactly. Please, I want to stress that it's not mine, it's yours. It's the home of the wardens of Efera. I'm more than happy to be a professor, to be an aide, to be a bookkeeper, whatever you wish, but as a gift from me for what you've done, it is the least I can do. Whatever funds I have left or that I can procure, I'll go into making renovations to make it so much more than what it is.
I also swore to Ayun that if I survived Melkanthet, I would finish the job of turning it into an academy someday.
Well,
and I know she heard me.
Then I think that it's only right that I start calling you, what would that be? Dean Amela, then?
No. I don't,
Has a good ring to it.
I don't think I'm qualified for that. I was more looking into the building and the recruiting and...
He gives you this look like qualified?
You do realize you're about to go into the abyss to destroy the core of the demon queen of the succubi. Listen, I can tell you one thing. Master Reginald, who is damn near the dean of the College of Hearthcrest, is just about as qualified as you are. I can guarantee you she's never destroyed the core of a succubi queen.
I'm not a teacher. I'm a librarian.
You taught me how to do the alphabet today.
Barnes
That
thinks
was
back to
important.
the upside down T and is like, eh.
Well, you see, the best part about being a dean is you don't teach. You can if you want to, but you organize the recruiting, the funding, the building. And you get to choose who you hire, or who's worthy of teaching at the Academy of the Wardens. And, well, who's not? I can't think of a better person for the job than you. Should you take it? And I think that our mistress of knowledge might agree with me then.
If I live.
Well, now you have a reason to, because I'm not being the dean. That's way too much responsibility for me. Well. So. That's everything I know.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is.
A whole lot.
Indeed. But now, knowledge is the key to success. And with that, we should be able to make progress somehow, some way. But if I recall overhearing from last night, you all had some shopping to do today, is that right?
I did kind of want to go back to that shop.
Yes. Barnes wanted to talk to Duncan, but we can wait till after shopping if that's better.
Oh, and I would have given Barnast his contract, his receipt.
Yeah, his receipt of purchase, yeah.
Alright, cool.
So he didn't think you pocketed the money. Just, oh, could you imagine that plot twist for Morganix? Just like,
it's always the quiet ones!
Always has been.
Oh, God. Okay. So, with that, Duncan... He'll continue to eat some food and quietly sip. And Moku and Jinx approach the three of you as you're preparing to leave to go to the shop. And the two of them sort of look at each other and look back at the three of you, and they say... They both start talking at the same time, where they're like, we were thinking, no, do you want to talk? I can talk, I can do it. No, you please go ahead. No, you do it, No, okay, I'll talk, all right? Okay. So... Sorry. The two of us were kind of thinking, and, well, we heard you talking about some of the things that were there, and, well, Moku's kind of cool. So, after this is all said and done, if we're both staying in Gemstone Archipelago, we might hang out some more. I don't know. But if we're going to do so, we want to do so in style. But we also don't want to, per se, sweep the rug out from under you. So, okay, we have an idea, and we want to propose it to you.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we were thinking was, well, the reason that both of us got paid yesterday was because of, well, things that you all had set into motion. Sure, we helped, but it was because of you that we were able to get that far in general and get that money in the first place. So, here's what we're thinking. I have a little bit more than 5,000 gold, and Jinx has a little bit more than 5,000 gold. We heard you talking about the flying carpet. We want to buy the flying carpet. And we're willing to let all of you use it, but after the adventures are over, we want to keep it with us.
Seems more than fair.
Absolutely. Are you sure this is what you want?
Well, and there's just a quick, cut flashback to the two of them late at night with, Jinx cast light on a rock like a flashlight as the two of them were, drawing on sheets of parchment all of the plans that they're gonna do. Okay, so then this is where we're gonna do the heist for all the sun drop. And he's like, yeah, that's a great idea. We can make so much money off of this. And then cut back and they kind of look at each other and smile and are like, well, yeah, we're pretty sure this is what we want to do, yeah.
Wow.
We can fly on carpet.
Yes.
I think this is a great idea.
In fact, Alec, it's so great because, we can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid.
Was waiting for that. I was waiting these past 2 sessions, wondering when that was going to drop. And there it is, everyone. We made it.
Tell me,
Alec
Silverfoot.
lets her heart decide in everything.
Barnass leaves. like the campaign. He's just
the meta pushed him out. Yeah. Okay. Wow, Joe, how you feel? I feel great, Gemma. Amazing. I've been waiting 3 sessions for that. Ever since I knew there was going to be a carpet in there. I just wish Sigrun was here to deliver the joke, but sadly.
No, we're taken down.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Disney will destroy us.
Can't fight them.
You did what in your D&D campaign? Mickey said with a great axe in his hand. All right. Okay. All right. So with that, all of you make your way from.
As we're walking, I'm like, you guys don't have to stay in the archipelago. Jinx has nobody to turn her paper into anymore. You could come with us to New Efera and see how things are going over there.
That's right. That's the best thing that I've thought of in forever. I got to live free. All the food, all of the room and board, all of the everything I could ever want on my own island for 2 years, and I didn't have to do anything. Hopefully this doesn't awaken some type of problem in me.
Boy.
Jinx, I think this is going to be a good thing for you. You can see where I come from.
Do I have to do anything, or can I just follow you around and not do anything?
You can just follow us around and not do anything. Maybe throw a fireball around here or there.
Okay, all right. I guess I can do that. It is kind of fun. She doesn't actually shoot one, but she makes a finger like she's gonna. Just decimates a marketplace. Okay.
That big purple hand yesterday was amazing.
Oh, yes. I just kind of thought of that. I actually thought of other things because, Joe kind of forgot that I level up and Moku levels up with the rest of you, so I got 2 new spells.
Wow.
That happens.
Yeah, now I can, create a big wall of ice that's, super big and super thick and you can't walk through it. And then I also Fuck, what was the other thing that I took? I took a thing that lets me do a thing. Oh, it literally lets me turn people to ash if they die.
Lovely. So you could do a wall of ice, and when Cyrus comes back, he can do a wall of fire, and I have a wall of light scroll. Could we just do all of them on top of each other?
Oh my gosh, yes, we could do like blinding icy hot. Maybe there's like a Goliath we could get to do a commercial for it. All right, I'm done.
That's dumb. Trash.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Man, I've been making a lot of meta jokes this episode. Yep.
We're off the rails.
Yep. Okay, and now with that energy, we're gonna go talk to Sifs the River. This is gonna be great. All right. So once again, the best customers ever. You return, and this time Varnast, coming for the second time, not the third time. You return to Sifs the River.
I want to give Moku the poster from yesterday, and I'm like, just pretend you saw this on our wall, and you wanted to come see it. It'll be so funny.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. So me and Jinx will enter separately. We'll wait out here for a couple minutes, and then we'll come in. Okay. All right.
Sweet.
So
Alec has also a thing that she has brought for him. For Sifs the River.
For Sifs the River? Okay. So, as the three of you enter, stepping in, you can see that Sifs the River is standing next to a gentleman that you recognize.
No.
And he's sort of talking to him, and he's like, once again, I'm so... this one is so sorry for what happened yesterday. Priority customers and all. And so you were thinking of...
No!
And he looks up to Greg, and he says, get out. Leave! Greg's like, oh my god. Okay, I'm going somewhere else. Like, there's a guy who sells it with monster parts. I don't care. Get out of my way. As he just pushes past you. You guys are the worst.
Hi, Greg. It was good to see you again.
How do you know my name?
He said, okay, goodbye.
So you just hear him crying as he leaves. You can hear Jinx just outside of the door go, what the fuck? She, as you guys enter, and Sifs the River says, oh, my most favorite customers. I am so happy to see you because you know what I got this morning? This one got a new shipment of items. Yes. Hold your applause, please, until you see them. Because...
I have brought you something as well.
Oh. Yeah, please. This
so
one...
I thought your posters were, they needed a little something, so I made one myself because Morganix, my friend here, has taught me how to use the alphabet, and so I created your poster, but I made one that I made. And to like unfold a piece of parchment, and she like drew his face, but it's not like a little kid drew it. It's like she put a lot of effort into this shit. But like instead of like the super cutesy tabaxi that he is, she made him like super large canines, like blood dripping out of its mouth, like these narrowed eyes, like a very fierce cat. And then all of the spelling of the 9th life, it's almost right. But yet there is just a couple word letters and some that are capitalized when they shouldn't, but it's almost there.
Oh, that's gonna make a killing on eBay.
You see him, at first he started with this look of disbelief, and like his eyes started to twitch like, how dare you encroach on my autistic... Oh, that's actually... And he looks at, and he's like, you know, this one had thought that maybe my image wasn't edgy enough. Do you mind if I take this and have copies made?
Oh, that is... Yes, that's good. See, I thought if you looked more intimidating, you would scare away the thieves and the people who are trying to, I think the word is upsell.
That's an Alex Silverfoot original. It's basically an endorsement from a warden of the archipelago.
That is true. This is true. I think that, you know what?
And, well, if you decide you don't want to hang it up, it is also made from Pytus, so you could just roll something and smoke it, too. It's up to you.
With the ink? With the...
Why not?
I don't think you understand how toxins work, especially when they're integrated into whatever. Anyway, yes, I believe me, I will use this one with, at the end of the day, this one has to go with their artistic heart. They have to let it lead them. So I might edit the color, but I will keep your core artistic idea in my copies.
Alec has like a big smile on her face. She's just nodding.
Ah, yes. Good.
I don't know what any of this means, but she's on board.
This one is glad. You are very good at drawing and... Well, and he kind of cocks his head at the writing. You're okay at writing, too. And he kind of rolls it up and tucks it into one of his coat pockets. So... Then you would like to see what Sif's the River has.
Absolutely.
No in stock. Ah, yes. Good. So, let us look here. Let's start with things I was not expecting to get today. There are 2 items that were not on the order, but I got anyway, so this one's not bad. The first thing is this, and he pulls out a pair of boots, and he sets them down on the counter. And you can see that for the most part, they are they look to be very simple black boots that go up to about the calf, but you can see that on the toes of the boots there are these small metal coverings put on them, sort of like steel-toed boots, but you can see that engraved into the steel seems to be 2 eyes, like one on each foot. And he says, these are the boots of the vigilant. Pretty much, whenever you're ready to dive into combat or you feel someone about to attack you, you can channel your magic through these boots, and they will get you a little bit of boost of speed, allow you to be more aware of your surroundings. And these are a pair of boots of the vigilant. So while wearing these boots, you can sense impending danger. After you roll initiative, you can choose to roll 1d8 and add it to your initiative roll.
My goodness.
Once the ability is used, you can't use it again until the next dawn.
Does it require attunement?
No. Okay. First thing, these would sell for 1,500 gold. Then, this is the other thing I wasn't expecting, but believe me, very happy about it. And he pulls out a small, what looks to be bronze rod, and it has 1 button on it, and he sets it in the air and he clicks it, and it stays. An immovable rod! That's so fucking cool, right? I'm gonna leave that there. Yeah.
He's fucking blown away.
It's just
like she's doing that thing where like she's waving her hands underneath it and above it and all sides. It's a stick that just stays.
Oh.
Morganix, having read about it,
yeah.
She's like, may I?
Oh, please, test it out.
I'm gonna click it and I'm gonna put it up in the air sideways and click it again. I'll be like, Alec, do a pull-up.
Oh, Alec is doing so many pull-ups.
Oh,
She's doing one-handed pull-ups. Like, fucking hell yeah, man.
Yeah, easy enough.
That's so cool.
Yep, you are able to do an insane amount of pull-ups, and it withstands your weight. Withstands your weight easily. I believe that it's 3,000 pounds it can withstand.
Oh god, yeah, she doesn't weigh that much.
Yeah. No, I don't.
She's a unit, but she's not a fucking unit.
Can you imagine an Alec that weighs 3,000 pounds?
No.
It's like a huge Alec.
She is like mind blown.
Yeah.
Biggest smile on her face. I don't know what we would use this for other than that, but that is really, really fun.
Yes. Well, there is also another thing. This one is not so rare, but it can come in handy.
Just the rod, though.
Oh, 4,500 gold.
Okay.
This is so spicy. I made you artwork. Give me the fucking discount.
Then there is this small ring, and you can see that it is a ring that seems to have a glass jewel that has this like sloshing red liquid on the inside. This right here is the Ring of the Alchemist. Pretty much, whenever you may find yourself in a dangerous place, many adventurer types like yourselves carry health potions. This ring, when attuned, makes those health potions even more potent. So, pretty much outside of lore, whenever you drink a health potion, you regain an extra d6 per level of that health potion.
Oh, nice.
Does it require attunement?
Yes, it does. So it would be like... Now, with the rules that I added for health potions, that means if you take a full action to drink a health potion, you gain whatever the... Like, say, common health potion, you would get 2d4 plus 2 plus a d6. Now it would be 2d4 plus 2, which 2d4 is 8, 10 plus 6. So it just maxes out the dice. So that makes common health potions a lot more potent now. And it scales up with each level. So common, uncommon, right, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's a pretty good one. He says, this right here, 1,500 gold. Modest price. Now, this one is a little bit of a rare shipment. I don't get things like this very often, but believe me, I'm very happy to have it. And he pulls out a very small, probably only about 1 pound, platinum hand mirror. Says, by looking into this mirror and thinking of an object or creature, you can gaze into it, think of it. And in the reflection, instead of showing yourself, it will present images from that target's past. It is always accurate, but it's random and cryptic, and is presented in no order. And it can only be activated for 1 minute at a time, once per day. It is called the Mirror of the Past. And he makes like little spirit fingers as he's going through the name.
Ooh.
This?
Impressive.
Oh, very impressive. I'm glad you said so. Because the Mirror of the Past is worth a very modest, for such a rare item, 4,000 gold. And then, one more item. We have this. And you see him reach down behind his counter, and he pulls out a small, vibrant purple prism. And he sets it on the table, and he kind of taps on it, and it begins to like just kind of revolve in a small circle, floating. This is one of many Ioun stones. Relics of the goddess Ioun, the mistress of knowledge. This one is very special because most followers of Ioun themselves are spellcasters. And this one makes even the most starved spellcaster much more deadly. As it can store magic inside of it. It's an Ioun stone of reserve. So pretty much, the spell can have stored into it up to 3 levels worth of spells at a time. Yeah. And now, here's the thing. It can be destroyed, the stone. Any of the Ioun stones, and it does require attunement. So it has an AC of 24, and it has 10 hit points and has resistance to all damage. And it's considered an object that's being worn while it orbits your head. So if somebody were a good enough shot, they could try and destroy it. That's kind of the only downside of Ioun stones. And he says, the Ioun stone, the Stone of Reserve, is a very, very, because you're such good customers. And at about that point, Moku and Jinx come in, and they say, Jinx says, well, I heard that this was the most... Oh, wait, and Jinx goes, oh, fuck, I came in here with them the other day. And Moku goes, yes, well, good evening, Sifts the River. I was just... Oh, hello, friends. It is a pleasure to see you here after our tea and cakes yesterday evening. I didn't think to see you back here so soon. You see, we had come to see what you had in stock, my friend. As we were told that you had such great items here, such magnificent things like... And he looks down at the carpet, like that. Would you be willing to part with it? And Sifts the River looks up at you, Morganix, and he's just about to say the price, and he says, "Could you just give me 1 second, please?"
Of course.
Okay. And he breaks out from behind the counter and says, yes, the carpet of flying. See, could you, I'm so sorry. Vanes, could you, the corner of your foot is on the carpet. Could you please, scoot?
He moves it.
Okay, scoot, just thank you very much. Please, very, nice man, please stand on the carpet, and I will show you how it works. And Moku just kind of raises his hand and says, "Oh, no, I know how it works. I need not test it. I would like to pay for it right now. How much is it?" It is, a very modest 10,000 gold pieces, considering... And Moku just puts his hand up. No. That is fine. 10,000 gold. For you. And he takes out the 2 coin purses, the ones that you just gave him this morning, the one that Jinx had in his, and he just tosses it towards Sifts the River, and he says, "You will find that it is all there. Count it if you wish. But we will be gone before you do." And Sifts the River is just like, holding 10,000 gold. Take it, go, please. The word is tabaxi for fly. Yeah, okay. Have fun, go for it. She'll know. And she kind of like, Jinx is like, well, okay, a little presumptuous, but all right. And the 2 of them step on the carpet, and Jinx goes, yes, and she says the magic word, and it just floats about 4 inches off the ground, and the 2 of them float out of the store.
Alec will never have to worry about an enemy she can't reach again.
All right, so now the 2 of them have the carpet of flying. Now, they do get to keep it whenever Jinx and Moku go away, but for the meantime, you do have access to it while they have it. So they slowly float out of the store, and with that, holding the 10,000 gold, he looks up at you, Morganix, and he says, "You know what? I just realized that on these stones in particular, we're having a 50% off sale.
Flash sale.
Flash sale, fire sale. They were 6,000. They're 3,000 now.
Take it plus the boots.
That plus the boots. All right. Let me go ahead and add them to your inventory.
I should try to barter with him, but I feel like a dick because he just cut the iron stone down.
I mean, Alec did make him free artwork.
Oh, the artwork. The artwork helped. Yeah, for sure.
Could help more, but it's fine. All right.
Okay, man. Why is
kind?
Oh, that's funny. Okay, all right. Inventory, manage inventory. So we need the boots of Vigilant. Boots of the Vigilant.
Made for walking. Thank you.
Gosh darn it, I was doing math on my gold and I realized that D&D Beyond will do it for you.
Okay, so Ioun Stone of where are we at here? Reserve.
I have 2 now. I have to choose between them.
You do, yeah.
I don't care, fangirl. I must collect all the Ioun merchandise.
Start your collection.
There you go. All right. So if you refresh your page, they're both there now. But luckily, the Boots of the Vigilant are not attunement required, so you're good there.
I know. That's why I wanted them.
Yeah. All right. There we go. So, with that, deal is made, and he says, would you like to buy anything else?
Did you guys want anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Well, you know that you're great customers, you know. You did the thing. You actually put the poster up.
We did, yeah.
Nobody ever puts the poster up.
We wanted to make sure all our friends knew.
Do you want more?
Yeah, I'll take a few more, and we're going back to New Efera soon, and we'll spread the word about you there.
If there's enough interest, I could open a second store.
Can I take one this time as well?
Oh, yes, you may. Yes, take as many as you like. Please, go. Please take them.
Don't be offended, but I realize this is laughable, but would you take 2,000 for the immovable rod?
Make a persuasion check.
Fuck. Okay, my persuasion is good. I have a +9.
That you do. You better roll high. He loves you guys, but he also fucking loves money.
Oh,
That's good,
that
though.
was almost a 20, though.
It was, yeah.
Oh, it's a 17 now.
Listen, this one likes you. This one likes you a lot. 2,000?
We like you.
I could do 4.
Oh, I thought 4 was what it was in the first place. I didn't mean to be that offensive. Sorry.
No, it
How
was.
much was it?
It was 4 or 5.
It was 4,500.
Oh, it was 4 or 5. Okay.
But
Okay.
Alex speaking up, which is weird. Numbers are numbers, and I think when people meet in the middle, there is a number between 2 and 4, which is 3. Am I doing this right?
Alec, make a
Kind of
persuasion
looking
check.
Okay. She said I
It's
couldn't.
really smooth for Alec. Come on.
Yeah, that was pretty smooth. Okay.
That was smooth for Alec. However, there's little things this man cares about more than money.
Yeah.
I believe that.
That was, what is it? Persuasion?
Persuasion, yeah.
How do I roll? Click. Oh. 9.
Yeah, that's how most people do bargain, but you see, Alec, when you talk about numbers, there's a lot of numbers between 2,000 and 4,000. When you talk about 2, 3, and 4, that's only one digit. But when you talk about 2, 3, and 4,000, that's thousands of digits. That's a lot more. To put it in perspective, you've probably killed 1,000 people.
Easily.
You
This is
probably only killed 4 or 5 yesterday. Maybe less. So, if you think about it, there's a big difference between the number of people you killed yesterday and the number of people you've killed in your entire life. That's the difference you're talking about.
I understand this perspective, thank you.
You are welcome.
This is very clear to me now.
My mother always said I should have been a teacher.
Well, perhaps that is your passion after all.
No, I like getting paid too much.
Ouch.
Ouch. That was a self-burn.
Well, we may be back someday.
Well, and I may see you in New Efera or New Rodalka someday. I've always
until
wondered what a
next time.
Farron tropical is like as opposed to Archipelago tropical.
Yeah, there is a difference. It's hard to put a finger on. I think the smells are different. I think the air in New Efera is just a little bit more, what is the word I'm looking for? Almost green and mossy and citrusy.
Wet?
Well, I don't know. Here I think it's spicier.
Are there dinosaurs?
No.
Oh. Well, okay. All right.
Anyway.
You don't know what that means, but it meant something to him. You're not sure if it's good or bad. You can only gather so much information from cat squeaks.
Enjoy the rest of your 8 lives, friend.
We went over this last. You know what? Thank you. I will. Hopefully, I do have that many. Okay. Thank you. And if you see Greg out there, tell him to come back in.
You've got to be nicer to that man.
Well, nah, don't tell me how to do business. It was good doing business with you, but
You're right. You're right. I overstepped. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. All right, now go.
I'm leaving before he changes his mind about the song.
I need to be alone with my money.
He's just gonna Scrooge McDuck it, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's just gonna start diving as soon as you guys leave. Okay. So, you make your way out, and you make your way back to the villa. then. Away from Sif's the river, and back to where you came from. So at this point now, we're probably looking at maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I have a question about the Ironstone of Reserve.
Yeah.
If I wanted to put a couple spells in it and unattune from it, and then reattune to it later, would those spells still be there?
Correct.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because when you find it, there's sometimes spells in it, but just because of the nature that you found it through, since it was through a shop as opposed to just found regularly.
That cheap bastard.
Yeah.
When found, it contains 1d4 -1 levels of spells chosen by the GM.
Yep, he rolled a 1 -1. Wah.
That cheap cat bastard. Okay.
You know, the best part is he'd agree with you if you told him that. He'd be like, yes, I am.
I should never call him a bastard.
So
Okay,
I don't.
that's good to know.
I don't know how much longer we're playing for, or if anything needs to happen. I did kind of want to have a moment with Duncan, but if we have to save it for next time, that's fine. I don't know how much longer.
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay. So when we all get back, everyone's playing with their stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Varnus is gonna head over to Duncan's room, kind of poke his head in, see how he's doing and what he's doing.
Yeah, Duncan is just kind of he's journaling as you come in and just sort of like move that sort of silk curtain out of the way. He's just writing down and sort of sees you and says,
I'm just finishing up, Von Asta. I just, I've seen a lot in my life, and I know no one's going to want to read about it, but I thought may as well try my hand at writing a memoir.
I bet more people would read it than you think.
It's always the hope, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, and you see him sort of cross a T, dot an I, and then make a period, and then sets the quill back in the holder and just begins to blow on the, just sort of fan his hand over the ink. Lets it dry, but doesn't shut the book. And sort of gets up and moves his chair a little bit to turn and face you and says,
So, what brings you here?
If there's a second chair, Varnas would take it and set it right across from him, so they're looking directly at each other as he sits.
For sure, yeah, easy enough.
Well, I know you've needed a few days, but you seem fairly back to your old self. You and I didn't know each other very long, so apologies if that's overstepping. But
no, you're fine.
Well, I think it's only fair that I think there's someone else who would very much like to know that you're okay. She didn't take the news very well when we told her what happened. If you'd like, I have a spell where I can give her a heads up, but you can talk to her if you want.
Really?
Yeah.
Of course, sending. Sorry, I am.
It's been a few days, I understand.
Yes. I never took it. I always liked sending letters the old-fashioned way, but it seems she was upset.
She was.
If you would have told Jalissa that 14 years ago, I don't think she'd believe you.
Well, I've been reminded recently that we never really stop changing.
Nice.
And just hopefully it's for the better.
Yes.
So, I didn't want to guilt trip you into this if you're not ready.
No,
I'm not going to be critical.
I am. I want to say something to her.
Okay. Let me give her a heads up just so she doesn't think this is some trick or ploy or anything, okay?
Mm-hmm. He nods.
Now we'll cast Sending. Jalissa. Svarnast. Hope you have some minutes to spare. I have someone here who'd very much like to talk to you. And he'll kind of wait to hear her reply.
She says, well, okay. I'm very intrigued, Von Est.
Remember, 25 words or less. Do the best you can. I have a limited number of these. And I will cast Sending through Duncan.
Okay, so he begins to speak. He thinks for a moment, and he says, not using the words in the spell, he says to you,
go with my gut here.
Varnest gives a thumbs up.
I know you might not believe it's me. So, I think there is only one way for you to know.
And I'll just keep casting as many.
Well, that was only 20. That was only 20.
Right. Just for future reference,
Yeah,
if he needs to say more. Like, I think I have, like, 5 more spare spell slots, because I can use my 4th, 5th, and 6th levels for this as well.
So with that last one,
we got a bit.
Yeah. He says, those last 5, he says,
I've missed you, Jelly.
And he waits for a response as the spell finishes. He says,
she told me to never call her that name again after she turned 10, but, you know.
Hopefully. And you can see him sort of recoil from, like, the
response.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yep, okay. Well, she's very mad, but...
And you, Varnash, you casting the spell, you can... I thought I told you to never call me that name again, you daft oaf of a man! How dare you use that name, and how dare you scare me like that? I can't... And it cuts off as she's, like, yelling at him.
Varnash kind of waits, and he's like, let's give her, like, a minute.
That's a great idea, actually. That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
And he does that, like, grandpa thing where he smacks your knee, which is definitely a violation of your personal space, but he doesn't clock that, yeah. Okay,
you think that's enough time?
5 more minutes.
Okay. You just say when.
5 minutes pass. 6 minutes pass.
So how's your day going? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you know.
Cool.
And then about 7 minutes pass. He says,
okay, that's probably enough.
Alright, cast again.
Okay.
I'll be back in New Verdalka soon. They've told me you're governor now. Very hard to believe, but I'm happy to do so.
24. She responds and says, yes, well, I'm just happy to know that you are okay. I'm sorry I yelled. I'm sorry I never told you that I cared. 25. And you can see he kind of very much like you know, his face kind of turns red and his eyes get a little wet and he kind of covers his mouth.
One more.
Varnast pulls out like a little cloth handkerchief and hands it to him before casting the next spell.
Thank you.
And he kind of dabs his eyes and then blows his nose. He goes to hand it back and says,
No, you probably don't want that, do you?
Yeah, Varnas just like shakes his head like once, like don't you fucking dare.
He sets it on the table next to him.
Okay, I'm ready.
Cast.
I'm sorry I abandoned you. You didn't deserve that again. When I come back, it will finally be time for me to make it up.
And she only responds with 2 words. You better. And the message cuts there. Sort of nods and smiles.
Well,
looks at the snotty rag on the table and says,
you got another one of those?
Varnas pulls out another one.
Thank you.
That's so gross. No, I hate that.
he's an old man, all right?
Yeah.
They are just 90% phlegm.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. Oh, thank you. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a little bit.
Of course. And yeah, Varnas will just stand up and leave. He won't say anything else. He knows there's not a need.
All right. So you do. And you can tell that although he's crying, it's a relief. It's catharsis. It's a relief of pressure. It's happy. He's not sad. He's just... He's very thankful to have people like you in his life who can give him the second chance, the second lease on life. Although he doesn't have many years left, he's happy he does have the ones that he has.
Varnas pulls out 3 more handkerchiefs and just lays them on the dresser as he walks out.
Oh, man. Varnas like a magician just pulling them out of his sleeve. Okay.
Varnas cries more than people think he does.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, what I'd like to do is I'd like to skip through the night, unless there's anything else anybody has to do, because Galadar and Ezekiel will be arriving tomorrow morning.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I just wanted to...
I'm good.
Is there anything, like, deathly important people need to do before they leave Port Sahala?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, because after this moment, you can't go back and explore the world map anymore. All right, this is
We're walking in the next level.
Yeah, you're walking into the
gameplay.
next level. Okay, Haven is about to be destroyed. All right, you can't go back to Haven after this. Okay.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
That message that you get up that's like, are you sure?
Yeah. I figured that I would address this so that way you got it. Okay. All right. So, So, as all of you head to sleep and wake up the next morning, on Saturday, the 14th of Hearthfire, as you awake, Morganix, you can hear a message in your head, that of Galadar's voice. And it's comforting to have his voice in your head again. You never thought you'd say that. It's back.
For real.
Yeah, but that's back where it belongs. That's back where it was originally. And he says,
Ezekiel and I will be there soon. Ready yourselves. We know where the core is, and we know where she is. It's time to end this.
Okay.
all right. So you stir everybody together, gathering all of your companions, all of your allies, packing your bags, gathering your items, all of you.
And then I start freaking out, and I'm like, but we're supposed to have Cyrus. We're not supposed to do this without him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you start breathing, you start freaking out, but
Alex gonna take her hand and just kind of like
Yep.
squeeze it.
Yep. Dogalin will nuzzle his hand or his head into your other hand, kind of like emotional support animal, bludgeon you.
Oh God.
And Jinx and Moku approach. Carpet sort of slung into this leather case behind Moku's back. And he says,
You know, I hope you understand that. I know that I don't need to, but I've been kind of moseying throughout most of my life without any purpose, and I finally feel like I can do something, so I hope it's alright that I'm coming.
Where we're going, we are going to need all the help we can get.
And you can see that this wave of emotion goes over Morganix. Very, very touched. No insight check needed.
and he gives you a very genuine smile. Not that sort of cocky grin that he has on most of his face, but just a smile. And Jinx, like, runs up towards you, and she, like, hugs around your waist, and she's like, and I'm coming too! I don't care if it's scary. I want to go with you because I don't want to be alone.
I don't have the right to ask any of you to do this for me.
Well, that's the best part about us, isn't it? And Varnath will walk up and touch her shoulder, and he will cast Death Ward on Morganix.
Oh, shit!
You don't have to ask. Like I said, we're a stubborn-ass group.
Okay. So, with that, in that moment, you can see this fiery, bright portal, this pure beam of radiant light, this square just cut open. And you can see that in their humanoid forms, Galadar and Ezekiel, the Silver Rose, step out. You can see they're not in Planetar form. They're in their humanoid form to address you. And the two of them look to each other and smile. And then frown and then look back to the group of you. And he says, Galadar speaks.
It is important for all of you to know what you're about to get yourselves into. And should you wish to turn back, neither one of us would fault you. If you wish to leave this burden and responsibility to us, we would bear it gladly. You all are the reason we have our divinity restored to us, and we will do everything in our power to end this curse on you, Morganix.
And the Silver Rose nods. And they continue.
We know where Malcanthit is. She is preparing an army in the name of the Dark One. An army of succubi to invade in the material plane, going to the great lords and leaders in an attempt to aid him in destabilizing the governments of the world. We have pleaded with the gods, and they have given us a battalion of angels to fight alongside us that we will command in her realm. We will fight through everything we can, but remember, our mission is pointless if you do not succeed. The Mistress of Knowledge, Ayun. She gave us knowledge, and she gave us a gift. The knowledge we will give to you first, and then the gift. She gave us the knowledge of Malcanthit's core. Her core is located on the 88th layer of the Abyss, known as the Gaping Maw. A lair of the Abyss that is rocky crags and consuming waves. All of the darkness of the sea with none of the warmth of the waves. The overlord of the gaping maw is known as the Demogorgon. It would be in your best interest to avoid him at all costs, as powerful as you are, taking him head-on would be a grave mistake. His thrall will be there, ready and waiting to fight any of those who try to get close to what belongs to her. But remember, we are counting on you same as you were counting on us. Should we destroy Malcanthid before the core is destroyed, this will all be for naught, as within 50, 100 years she will reform and start all over again. Beware the Demogorgon, and beware the sweet songs of the sirens within the waves, as their only intention is to destroy you. This is a map that will guide you to her core.
And takes out a small piece of parchment and hands it to you, Morgonix.
That, however, is not the gift.
What will her core, what will it look like? How will we know it?
It is unmistakable. You, Morgonix, will be able to feel that evil essence radiating off of it, same as you, Varnast. It would resemble a cocoon of sorts. There will be a copy of her within it. Lifeless and unmoving. But still. Should she die before that core is destroyed, she will reform. That is what you must find, and that map will lead you there. But Morgonix, Ayun has heard your prayers. And she does not wish you to go into this abyss unprepared and unable to protect yourself. This is a dangerous place. And in order to be a warrior of knowledge, they need to be well armed with not just ink and quill, but also a blade.
And you can see Ezekiel, the Silver Rose, he begins to swirl magic around his hands and then pulls these two beams of light that eventually cool into a deep sort of ebony blade with a very, very thin, fine edge. And the blade itself, while this deep ebony, you can see it glows and shifts colors in these deep purples and blues with spots of lights, almost like a mirage of galaxies embedded into the blade. Partially translucent. And Ezekiel grabs the sword by the blade and tilts the hilt toward you, Morgonix. And he says, "Take this blade in her name. Wield it with the desire to seek out knowledge and protect it from those who wish to destroy it. And the mistress shall be sure that anywhere you go, you will know what you seek and how to achieve it."
I reach out with a shaking hand and grasp the hilt.
As soon as you do, Morganix. You can feel this surge of arcane energy course through your veins. All of that magic that had been ripped away by Malcanthit returned. Tenfold. Not something that was given to you because you're a pawn, you're a thrall. Something given to you out of trust, out of care and compassion, and out of shared interest. Mutual shared interest and respect. As that magic courses through you, you now have those abilities. You now have everything that you were missing. You inhale and exhale, feeling the magic coursing through you. And Galadar and Ezekiel smile at you. And then they sigh, and the frown returns to their face. And they say, Galadar says,
"The portal will only remain open for a moment. Be careful. And know that just as you are fighting, we will be doing the same."
And the two of them step back and away from each other, and they reach one arm out towards each other and another one down at the ground, and they just begin to channel this magic out at each other. And the beams hit each other, and then opens this doorway, this gateway. And that white radiant energy is met with these swirls of black, thick vicar that just swirls around, creating this almost like black and white fog. And Galadar, as all of you begin to make your way towards it, he says, "Good luck. Let's end this, once and for all." As all of you begin to make your way through, Morganix, do you want to say anything else before you go in?
I love you all.
She's saying that to us?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm crying. Okay.
Morganix says it to everyone in the room.
Galadar and Ezekiel return. We love you too.
Alec is gonna squeeze Morganix's hand and give her a really big smile. And she's gonna say that she loves her, but she's gonna say it in a Efera.
Oh, God.
Oh, the pain.
Varnast gives a nod in his own smile. What can I say? Warden of Efera, best job I ever had. Wouldn't rather be anywhere else. We're with you on this.
Okay.
Always.
I will look over to Duncan and say, if I don't come back, tell Cyrus I loved him too. And I will step through.
Okay. He nods. And as you step through, all of you are ripped away from the sounds of the ocean and the blowing leaves, and instead are thrown into what sounds like a vile swampland. Some crashing waves, but these noises that begin to fill the area that are horrifying. You can hear these screechings and yells flooding your thoughts as you step through this gate created with divine energy into a realm of horror and terror. As you enter one realm, one of the many, many, many layers of the abyss, the Gaping Maw. And as all of you step out, you can hear that screeching, but just very on the faint edges of your hearing, echoing throughout the interconnected trees and swampland, the rocky crags surrounding you. You begin to hear the softest sound of singing. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Whoa! Bada bing, bada boom. Oh my goodness. That shit's cray.
Boy, oh boy.
This is gonna be so scary.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I know, yeah. You guys get a play with.
We're in the abyss. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're in
Can
the
we
abyss.
say hi to Yuri's dad?
Well, Day is in the 9 hells. He's a devil.
Sorry.
These
My
are
bad.
demons. Yeah, these are demons. Yeah, the Demogorgon. This is like one of the biggest monsters from history. Hopefully, you guys don't run into him because
Stranger Things.
Yeah.
We don't want to talk to him.
Yeah.
We'll avoid that.
The Demogorgon is one of the nastiest. He's a pretty nasty guy. So just in all transparency, the goal is not for you guys to fight him at the end of this.
No.
Because
That's what I would say too.
Yeah, that is not a good fight for you guys to be in. No, that even at level 11, no. Yeah, hard pass. Okay, well, that's the end of tonight's session. Thank you all for watching. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the Isles of Iverion. I don't know why I said it like that. It's going to be a lot of fun. They're on a boat, and it's going to be fun because they're going to talk a lot. It's going to be a lot more low key than going. Remember how this session started?
Yeah, it's so wholesome. There's a lot of wholesomeness in this session.
Yeah, a lot of meta. And now you guys are about to go into Joe's mini horror campaign. Have fun.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
So excited.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you all for watching. Greatly appreciate it. Yes, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, night, whatever it is. And we will see you next time.
Bye.